Have you ever felt trapped in a cycle of anxiety, where every attempt to fight your worries only makes them grip tighter, leaving you exhausted and defeated? Imagine discovering an ancient secret that doesn't just manage suffering but dissolves it at its root, transforming resistance into effortless flow. What if the key to true peace lies not in controlling life, but in letting go of the illusion that you ever could? The root of suffering: understanding resistance. Why resistance feels natural but creates anxiety. In the quiet moments of the night, when your mind spins endlessly with worries that refuse to fade, it's easy to believe that this internal battle is simply how life must be. Yet, as the ancient teachings of Buddhism reveal, this relentless fight against your own thoughts isn't a sign of weakness or failure. It's a learned response, deeply ingrained from childhood, that paradoxically fuels the very anxiety you're desperate to escape. The transcript from the Zen Buddhism video emphasizes that we've been conditioned to meet life with resistance rather than acceptance, turning everyday discomforts into sources of profound suffering. This resistance, subtle yet pervasive, manifests in our resistance to traffic delays, co-worker misunderstandings, or even the weather disrupting our plans. It's not just uncomfortable, it actively creates the mental chatter and exhaustion that keep us awake, replaying conversations or imagining worst-case scenarios. Consider how this pattern begins early in life. From a young age, we're taught that discomfort must be fought, that pushing harder against obstacles is the path to success. The video describes this as learning to meet life with clenched fists instead of open hands, a vivid metaphor for the tension we carry. When a child faces a challenge, like a difficult school assignment, adults often encourage them to try more, never give up, instilling the belief that resistance is virtuous. This carries into adulthood, where we resist emotions deemed inconvenient: sadness during a busy day or anxiety before an important meeting. The result? A constant low-level state of bracing against life, as the transcript notes, with shoulders tense from past arguments, jaws clenched over unspoken words, and stomachs tight with unfounded worries. This resistance feels natural because our culture celebrates it. We honor the mental vigilance of those who anticipate every problem, wearing worry as a badge of honor to prove we care. The video points out how we normalize this in modern society, scrolling through phones, comparing lives, replaying work conversations, or worrying about teenagers who won't communicate. Millions experience this spinning mind, yet we rarely question it. Instead, we resist change even when desiring it, arguing with the past or demanding the present match our preferences. But here's the revolutionary insight. This fight isn't protecting us, it's feeding the anxiety. When you resist a thought, you give it energy, making it stronger, as seen in the example of trying not to think about something, which only amplifies it. Drawing directly from the transcript, think of the person lying awake in a city apartment, editing a 3-day-old conversation, or the parent in the kitchen at midnight, wondering where they went wrong. These are not isolated incidents but universal patterns of resistance. The Buddha, sitting under the Bodhi tree 2,500 years ago, observed this in his own mind, realizing suffering stems not from circumstances, but from our relationship to them, our refusal to accept what is. Resistance creates a feedback loop, Fighting anxiety signals to your nervous system that it's dangerous, triggering it more easily. The video illustrates this with anxiety approaches. Distracting or avoiding triggers provides temporary relief, but strengthens it long-term by confirming its power. Physically, this toll is measurable. The transcript explains how constant mental war keeps the nervous system activated, weakening immunity, fragmenting sleep, and causing unresolvable tension. Your body, designed for real threats, gets hijacked by imaginary battles. Emotionally, it leads to exhaustion, as efforts to manage inner and outer worlds backfire. The harder we fight difficulties, the more trapped we become, per the paradox highlighted in the video. For instance, desperately trying to sleep makes you more awake. Gripping a relationship out of fear pushes the other away. To break this, the teaching suggests starting with awareness. Notice where resistance shows in your body and life. Are you bracing against uncertainty or change? The video invites comfort, grabbing a blanket, closing eyes to explore this without belief in Buddhism, just readiness to stop fighting yourself. This isn't about passivity, but recognizing resistance as optional. By understanding why it feels natural, cultural conditioning, childhood lessons, societal normalization, we see it's not inevitable. Acceptance, the alternative, allows life to flow, transforming anxiety from enemy to temporary visitor. Examples abound in the transcript. Sarah fighting critical feedback versus Emma accepting and learning from it. Sarah's resistance led to self-doubt and lost sleep. Emma's acceptance enabled forward movement. Similarly, in traffic, one arrives scattered from mental battle, another present for solutions. These illustrate how resistance, though feeling protective, creates the suffering we seek to escape. Ultimately, this section echoes the video's core. Resistance isn't a personal failing but a universal habit. By examining its roots, we open to letting go, discovering peace in non-resistance. As the Buddha found, suffering is optional when we stop adding mental anguish to life's pains. This awareness is the first step toward freedom, inviting you to question your own patterns and embrace a gentler way. The Buddha's discovery under the Bodhi tree. The story of the Buddha's enlightenment under the Bodhi tree is not one of divine intervention or mystical revelation, but a deeply human journey into the mechanics of suffering and its cessation. As the transcript recounts, Prince Siddhartha, later known as the Buddha, was not seeking to found a religion or lead a movement. He was simply a man weary of his own dissatisfaction and the pervasive pain he witnessed in the world. Born into luxury, he had indulged in every pleasure imaginable, yet a profound emptiness lingered, a sense that something essential was missing. When he ventured beyond his palace walls and confronted the realities of illness, aging, and death, his determination crystallized. He must understand why life inevitably involves pain and how to transcend it. This quest led him to years of ascetic practices, extreme self-denial, and finally to sit in meditation beneath the Bodhi tree, where he turned his attention inward with the precision of a scientist observing natural phenomena. What Siddhartha discovered during those hours of deep introspection revolutionized humanity's understanding of mental suffering. The transcript emphasizes that the torment wasn't originating from external circumstances themselves, be it poverty, loss, or conflict, but from the mind's relationship to those circumstances. It was the resistance, the craving for things to be different, and the refusal to accept what was already unfolding that generated the anguish. This insight was so counterintuitive, so at odds with conventional beliefs about suffering being inflicted by fate or external forces, that Siddhartha hesitated for weeks before deciding to teach it. How could he convey that we are, in large part, the architects of our own misery, not through malice or deserving punishment, but through ignorance of the distinction between life's inevitable challenges and the unnecessary suffering we layer on top via mental resistance? To make this tangible, the transcript offers a relatable example. Imagine driving to an important meeting and encountering unexpected traffic. The delay is real, with potential consequences like a frustrated boss or missed opportunities. This is what the Buddha termed pain, the unavoidable difficulties inherent to human existence. But then the mind intervenes, spinning a narrative. This always happens to me. I should have left earlier. Now they'll think I'm irresponsible. Your body reacts, tension builds, blood pressure rises, hands grip the wheel tightly. You replay past latenesses and catastrophize future outcomes. This mental amplification is suffering, the optional layer created by arguing with reality. The traffic remains unchanged, whether you accept it calmly or rage against it. But your experience diverges dramatically. One path leads to arrival with presence and focus on solutions, the other to scattered energy depleted by internal conflict. This distinction becomes even clearer when observing how different individuals respond to identical events. The video contrasts Sarah and Emma, two teachers receiving critical feedback from their principal. Sarah resists the reality, replaying the conversation obsessively, building defenses against perceived unfairness, and losing sleep over imagined judgments from colleagues. Her resistance multiplies the initial sting into prolonged anguish. Emma, however, acknowledges the disappointment, reflects on lessons to learn, and moves forward without added mental drama. The feedback is the same pain, but Sarah's fight against it, insisting it shouldn't have happened or that it defines her worth, creates suffering, while Emma's acceptance allows the pain to pass naturally. Siddhartha's realization extended beyond personal anecdotes to a universal truth. Most suffering arises from refusing to let experiences simply be. We argue with the past, attempting to rewrite ended conversations, demand the present conform to our preferences, and exhaust ourselves controlling futures that haven't materialized. The transcript highlights the paradox. The harder we resist difficult experiences, the more persistent they become. Trying to suppress a thought makes it dominate. Forcing sleep heightens wakefulness. Clinging to a relationship out of fear accelerates its erosion. This isn't random, it's the mind's mechanics. Resistance allocates energy and attention to the unwanted, elevating its importance and perpetuating its hold. In the context of anxiety, this insight is particularly potent. The video explains that treating anxiety as an enemy to defeat through distraction, avoidance, or forced positivity reinforces its threat status, making the nervous system more vigilant and triggers more frequent. Stories like David's with panic attacks illustrate this. Initially fighting sensations by tensing muscles and fleeing situations intensified the episodes. Only when he stopped resisting breathing with the feelings rather than against them allowing them without catastrophic stories, did the panic lose its grip. Similarly, Lisa's chronic sadness after her mother's death worsened when she pushed it away per friends' advice to move on. By resisting grief, it festered into exhaustion and numbness. Acceptance let her feel its depth without judgment, paving the way for healing. Siddhartha observed his mind patiently, seeing suffering as self-created through attachment to desires and aversion to discomfort. Craving permanence in an impermanent world, or demanding pleasure without pain, fuels the cycle. Under the Bodhi tree, he discerned that while pain, illness, loss, change is part of the human condition, suffering is elective, born from non-acceptance. This wasn't pessimistic but liberating. If we create much of our torment, we can also cease it by shifting our relationship to experiences. The transcript underscores that this wisdom applies universally, not requiring Buddhist adherence. It's verifiable in daily life. Notice how resisting a co-worker's misunderstanding escalates frustration, or how accepting uncertainty eases worry. Siddhartha's hesitation to teach stemmed from its profundity. People believed suffering was external, not mind-made. Yet, he shared it, offering a path from resistance to receptivity. This discovery invites self-reflection. Where in your life are you fighting reality, adding suffering to pain? By understanding Siddhartha's insight, we glimpse freedom, not through eradicating challenges, but through meeting them without mental warfare. As the video states, transformation begins by recognizing suffering as optional through the simple, radical act of acceptance. In embracing what is, we dissolve the self-imposed chains, echoing the Buddha's awakening. Peace arises when resistance falls away. Pain versus suffering. Everyday examples. The Buddha's profound distinction between pain and suffering offers a lens through which we can examine our daily experiences, revealing how much of our mental anguish is self-inflicted rather than inevitable. Pain, as described in the transcript, refers to the natural, unavoidable challenges that come with being human. Events like loss, criticism, or physical discomfort that arise from the impermanent nature of life. Suffering, however, is the additional layer we create through our mental resistance to that pain, turning a momentary sting into prolonged torment. This insight isn't abstract philosophy. It's observable in the mundane moments of everyday life, where we often amplify difficulties by fighting against what has already occurred or what cannot be changed. By exploring common examples, we can see how this dynamic plays out and begin to recognize opportunities for release. Take the simple scenario of being stuck in traffic on the way to an important meeting, as vividly illustrated in the video. The traffic jam itself is the pain, a real circumstance with tangible consequences, such as arriving late, facing a disappointed client, or missing an opportunity. These are facts of the situation, part of the unpredictable flow of life that no amount of planning can fully eliminate. But notice what happens next in the mind. A cascade of resistant thoughts emerges. Why does this always happen to me? I should have checked the traffic app. Now everyone will think I'm unreliable. Your body responds in kind. Shoulders hunch, heart rate quickens, fists clench the steering wheel. You mentally rehearse excuses, imagine worst-case outcomes, and replay similar past frustrations. This internal commentary isn't altering the traffic. It's manufacturing suffering. The delay remains the same, but one driver might arrive composed, ready to apologize and pivot to solutions, while another shows up drained and distracted, their energy sapped by the self-created battle. This example underscores a key point from the transcript. The difference in experience stems not from the event, but from our relationship to it. Pain is neutral and transient, like a wave that rises and falls. Suffering arises when we push against the wave, demanding it shouldn't exist or trying to hold it back, which only prolongs and intensifies the discomfort. In contrast, acceptance allows the wave to pass through us, leaving minimal residue. The Buddha observed this under the Bodhi tree, realizing that external conditions don't inherently cause torment. It's our craving for them to be otherwise, our attachment to preferences and aversion to discomfort that adds the second arrow. The first arrow is the pain. The second, our resistance, is optional. Another everyday illustration comes from receiving critical feedback at work, as seen in the contrasting stories of Sarah and Emma, both teachers evaluated by their principal. The feedback itself is the pain, a sting to the ego, a highlight of mistakes, and a call for improvement that's part of professional growth. It's an unavoidable aspect of human interaction and learning, much like illness or aging. Sarah, however, resists this reality fiercely. She spends the evening dissecting every word, convincing herself it's unfair, imagining defenses, and worrying about colleagues' opinions. Her mind spirals into self-doubt and resentment, turning a single conversation into nights of lost sleep and diminished performance. This is suffering in action, the mental proliferation that keeps the pain alive far beyond its natural lifespan. Emma, on the other hand, feels the initial disappointment, but accepts it without adding layers of story. She acknowledges her errors, seeks lessons for growth, and redirects her energy to practical steps like grading papers or connecting with family. By not fighting the feedback, not insisting it shouldn't have happened or that it defines her worth, Emma experiences only the pain, which fades quickly, allowing her to move forward with clarity. The transcript uses this to show how two people can face the same event, yet endure vastly different levels of distress. The difference lies in resistance. Sarah argues with what is, preventing healing. Emma meets it with receptivity, transforming potential suffering into an opportunity for wisdom. These patterns extend to emotional experiences, such as anxiety or sadness, where resistance often masquerades as problem-solving. Consider the parent worrying about a distant teenager, as depicted in the video. The concern is pain, a natural response to love and uncertainty in relationships. But when it escalates into endless what-if scenarios, obsessive research on risks, or attempts to control the child's decisions, it becomes suffering. The transcript's example of Sarah lying awake, catastrophizing her daughter's choices, illustrates this. The love is real, but the resistance to uncertainty multiplies it into paralyzing anxiety. By feeding the worry loops, she adds the second arrow, exhausting herself without altering the situation. Acceptance would mean feeling the concern while remaining present, offering support without demanding control, thus reducing unnecessary torment. Physical manifestations further highlight this divide. The video describes how resistance lodges in the body: tense shoulders from unresolved arguments, a clenched jaw over regretted words, or a knotted stomach from anticipated failures. These are signs of bracing against life, a habitual vigilance praised in our culture as responsibility, but which actually hijacks the nervous system. Pain might be a headache from stress, but suffering turns it into a symbol of personal inadequacy, leading to further tension and fragmented sleep. The Buddha's teaching reveals this as optional. While bodies age and tire, pain, the added exhaustion from mental war is self-imposed. In relationships, the pain versus suffering dynamic often appears in conflicts or endings. A disagreement with a partner is pain. Differing views are part of intimacy, but resisting by replaying the argument, building cases for being right, or fearing it signals deeper issues creates suffering, prolonging discord. The transcript's paradox applies here. Gripping tighter out of fear strengthens the rift. Acceptance allows space for emotions to flow, fostering resolution without added drama. Workplace uncertainties, like job loss, exemplify this too. The loss is pain, financial strain, identity shift. But suffering emerges from narratives like, "This shouldn't happen to me," or "I can't handle this," as in James's story of compounded crises, job loss, father's illness, marital strain. By resisting the reality, he multiplied the pain, accepting each challenge individually without the overlay of "my life is falling apart," revealed his resilience. These examples, drawn directly from the transcript, demonstrate that suffering isn't about what happens but how we relate to it. We can't eliminate pain, it's woven into existence, but we can cease adding resistance. This shift begins with awareness, noticing when the mind starts its commentary, labeling it as the second arrow, and gently redirecting to acceptance. The Buddha's insight empowers us. Freedom lies in changing our response, not the world. By examining these everyday instances, we see resistance as a habit, not destiny. Letting go doesn't negate caring, it enhances effectiveness, preserving energy for skillful action. As the video invites, reflect on your own life. Where are you adding suffering to pain? Recognizing this opens the door to peace, proving the Buddha's truth. While pain is part of the human fabric, suffering is a choice we can unlearn. How fighting emotions strengthens them. The Buddha's teachings reveal a profound paradox. The very act of resisting our emotions doesn't weaken them, but grants them greater power, turning fleeting feelings into persistent tormentors. As explored in the transcript, when we approach difficult emotions like anxiety, sadness, or anger as enemies to be defeated, we inadvertently feed them energy, attention, and importance, ensuring they linger far longer than necessary. This dynamic isn't a coincidence, but a fundamental way the mind operates. Resistance creates a feedback loop where the fought against experience gains strength, much like how pulling against quicksand sinks you deeper. By understanding this mechanism through everyday examples and stories from the video, we can begin to see why non-resistance is the key to emotional freedom, allowing feelings to arise, be felt, and pass naturally without added suffering. At the heart of this paradox is the mind's tendency to amplify what it opposes. The transcript explains that when you resist an experience, you're essentially spotlighting it, signaling to your nervous system that it's a threat worthy of heightened vigilance. Take anxiety, for instance. Most people treat it as a problem to eliminate quickly, employing distractions, avoidance, or positive thinking. While these might offer short-term relief, they ultimately reinforce anxiety's hold. Why? Because the underlying message is that anxiety is dangerous and must be feared, training the mind to trigger it more readily in the future. The video likens this to telling yourself not to think about something the forbidden thought dominates. Similarly, desperately trying to fall asleep heightens awareness of wakefulness, or gripping a relationship out of fear prompts the other to withdraw. These aren't isolated quirks. They're how resistance sustains emotional struggles. A compelling example from the transcript is David's journey with panic attacks, which began after a stressful presentation. His initial response was to fight, holding his breath, tensing muscles, commanding himself to calm down, and fleeing triggering situations. This resistance made the attacks more unpredictable and intense, as his body learned to associate the sensations with danger, escalating the cycle. The turning point came when David stopped battling the feelings and instead breathed with them, allowing the physical waves to move through without the narrative that something is wrong. By ceasing resistance, he deprived the panic of fuel, and the episodes gradually lost their grip. This illustrates the Buddha's insight. What we push away gains power. What we refuse to feel demands attention until we turn toward it with acceptance. Sadness offers another vivid case, as in Lisa's story of grieving her mother's death. Well-meaning friends advised her to move on, think positively, and focus on good memories, prompting Lisa to resist her tears by staying busy and putting on a brave face. But the sadness didn't vanish. It went underground, manifesting as exhaustion, irritability, and numbness that dulled her enjoyment of life. The transcript highlights how this suppression kept the emotion alive longer, as resistance prevented natural processing. Only when Lisa allowed herself to feel the full depth of loss, without judging it as wrong or excessive, did healing begin. She discovered that emotions, even painful ones, are manageable when not fought, flowing like energy through the body rather than stagnating as suffering. This strengthening effect extends to anger, frustration, and fear, where resistance often takes the form of suppression or over-analysis. The video notes that arguing with what's already happened prevents moving into what could be, trapping us in loops. For instance, replaying a heated argument mentally, building justifications, or suppressing anger to avoid conflict only intensifies it, leading to outbursts or resentment. The Buddha observed this in his meditation. Craving for emotions to be different creates attachment, binding us tighter. Non-resistance doesn't mean passivity. It's seeing emotions as temporary visitors, information rather than problems to solve. This shift transforms them from overwhelming forces to workable experiences, as the transcript describes. Peace isn't the absence of difficulty, but the capacity to remain centered amid it. The physical and neurological toll further explains why fighting strengthens emotions. Resistance activates the nervous system chronically, as the video details. Your body stays in fight or flight, weakening immunity and disrupting sleep. Emotions like anxiety, when resisted, hijack the brain's threat detection, making triggers hypersensitive. Stories in the transcript, such as the person comparing their life on social media and feeling falling behind, show how resistance to inadequacy feelings spirals into deeper self-doubt. By whispering that they're not enough, the mind resists the present, strengthening the emotion's hold. In relationships, this dynamic is especially evident. The tighter grip on a partner out of fear, demanding constant reassurance or controlling behaviors, often pushes them away, as resistance signals mistrust. The video's paradox applies. The more you fight loss, the more it looms. Acceptance, conversely, fosters space for genuine connection, allowing emotions like jealousy or insecurity to pass without dictating actions. The transcript emphasizes that this isn't about becoming emotionless but relating differently, viewing feelings as energy passing through awareness, not defining traits. The Buddha's middle path, neither drowning in nor disconnecting from emotions, avoids extremes. Fighting strengthens them by making them central. Non-resistance lets them dissolve, revealing underlying peace. To practice, the video suggests noticing resistance in the body, tightness, signaling, bracing, and experimenting with softening. This gradual shift, starting small, trains the nervous system that emotions aren't threats. As in David's and Lisa's transformations, stopping the fight uncovers resilience. Difficult feelings become manageable, uncertainty less terrifying. Ultimately, the Buddha's discovery teaches that fighting emotions is optional and counterproductive. By understanding how resistance empowers them, we gain motivation to let go, experiencing freedom as emotions flow freely. This doesn't erase pain but ends unnecessary suffering, inviting a life of flexible responsiveness. Reflect. Where are you fighting feelings, strengthening their hold? Releasing this habit opens to the transcript's promise. True strength from non-resistance, transforming inner struggles into paths of growth. The physical and mental toll of constant resistance. Living in a state of perpetual resistance exacts a heavy price on both body and mind, transforming what could be transient discomfort into chronic exhaustion and diminished well-being. As the transcript elucidates, when we habitually meet life with inner tension, bracing against emotions, circumstances, or uncertainties, our nervous system remains perpetually activated, leading to measurable physical degradation and mental fatigue that no amount of rest can fully alleviate. This toll isn't abstract. It's the tangible consequence of viewing life's challenges as battles to be won rather than experiences to be navigated. The Buddha's insight under the Bodhi tree highlights that while pain is inevitable, the additional suffering from resistance is optional, yet many of us unwittingly choose it, wearing our worry like a badge of honor that slowly erodes our vitality. By examining this cost through the lens of the video's teachings and examples, we uncover the urgency of shifting to acceptance, reclaiming energy for skillful living rather than futile fighting. Physically, constant resistance manifests as a low-level state of alertness that hijacks the body's natural rhythms. The transcript describes this vividly: shoulders carrying tension from last week's arguments, a jaw clenched over words wished unsaid, a stomach tight with worries about events that may never happen. This is the body's expression of bracing against life, a subtle but persistent contraction that accumulates over time. When the mind is at war with reality, replaying past mistakes or anticipating future problems, the sympathetic nervous system stays engaged, flooding the body with stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. Designed for short bursts in response to real threats, This system becomes dysregulated in imaginary battles, leading to weakened immunity, as the video notes. Studies referenced in similar contexts show how chronic stress suppresses white blood cell production, making one more susceptible to illnesses, from common colds to autoimmune disorders. The body, meant to recover through rest, instead remains in a heightened state, where even sleep becomes fragmented, waking multiple times with racing thoughts, never reaching deep restorative stages. Consider the example of the parent standing in the kitchen at midnight, quietly worrying about their teenager's silence, as portrayed in the transcript. This isn't just emotional, it's physical. The worry tightens muscles, elevates heart rate, and disrupts digestion, creating a cascade of symptoms like headaches, back pain, or gastrointestinal issues. Over months, this resistance to uncertainty, demanding the child communicate or fearing worst-case scenarios, leads to fatigue that sleep doesn't cure, a bone-deep exhaustion from the body's resources being diverted to non-existent threats. The video emphasizes that we've been taught this vigilance is virtuous, celebrating those who never stop thinking or anticipate every problem. Yet, this cultural endorsement ignores the cost. Immune systems falter, leading to frequent illnesses. Blood pressure rises, increasing risks of heart disease. And hormonal imbalances contribute to weight gain or loss, further compounding the sense of being out of control. Mentally, the toll is equally devastating, manifesting as fragmented attention, diminished creativity, and a pervasive sense of overwhelm. The transcript points out how resistance keeps the mind spinning, replaying conversations or comparing lives on social media, whispering that we're falling behind. This constant mental chatter isn't productive, it's depleting, as the brain expends energy on loops that resolve nothing. The Buddha observed that arguing with what's already happened prevents presence, trapping us in past regrets or future anxieties. For instance, the person scrolling through their phone at night, feeling inadequate against others' highlight reels, experiences this as a mental drain. Resistance to one's real life creates self-doubt that erodes confidence, making decision-making labored and relationships strained. Over time, this leads to burnout, where even simple tasks feel insurmountable, as the mind, designed for focus and clarity, becomes clouded by the fog of unresolved tension. The video's story of the coworker misunderstanding or weather-disrupting plans illustrates this mental erosion. Resisting these minor inconveniences adds a layer of frustration that carries over, reducing cognitive flexibility. We become less adaptable, more reactive, as resistance narrows perspective, seeing threats everywhere, missing opportunities for growth. This aligns with the transcript's description of how we've learned from childhood to fight discomfort rather than understand it, internalizing that pushing harder is responsible. But this approach backfires mentally. It fosters a sense of helplessness as efforts to control inner worlds fail, leading to depression or anxiety disorders. The harder we fight sadness, for example, the more it persists, as in Lisa's grief, where suppression led to numbness and irritability, disconnecting her from joys she once cherished. The interplay between physical and mental tolls creates a vicious cycle. Physical tension from resistance, clenched muscles, shallow breathing signals the brain to stay alert, amplifying mental loops. In turn, mental resistance heightens physical arousal, perpetuating the loop. The transcript warns that this hijacks the body for imaginary battles, leading to unresolvable fatigue. Stories like the business owner raging against economic changes show this. Mental bitterness over uncontrollable shifts leads to physical burnout, with sleep issues and weakened health, while physical drain further clouds judgment, making adaptation harder. This toll extends to relationships and daily functioning. Resisting a partner's emotions or a child's independence creates mental strain that spills into interactions, fostering resentment or withdrawal. Physically, it shows in poor posture or chronic pain, mentally in eroded empathy. The video notes millions share this, lying awake replaying work talks or worrying about family, normalizing a state that's actually destructive. Yet, the Buddha's teaching offers hope. This suffering is optional. By recognizing the toll, scanning for body tension, noting mental exhaustion, we motivate change. The transcript suggests starting with awareness. Notice shoulders braced or jaw tight. Experiment with softening. This non-resistance restores balance. Nervous system calms, immunity strengthens, sleep deepens, mind clears. As in Emma's acceptance of feedback, energy redirects to solutions, not battles. Ultimately, constant resistance isn't strength but a subtle self-sabotage, as the video reveals. The physical weakening and mental depletion are calls to awaken, echoing Siddhartha's realization. True vitality emerges from receptivity, not rigidity. Reflect on your toll. Where is resistance draining you? Releasing it uncovers resilience, transforming exhaustion into ease. This understanding propels us toward the Four Noble Truths, where acceptance ends unnecessary struggle. The path to freedom, the Four Noble Truths. Accepting difficulty as part of life. The first noble truth, as outlined in the transcript, serves as the foundational step in the Buddha's practical guide to ending unnecessary suffering. Difficulty is an inherent part of human existence. This isn't a gloomy declaration designed to foster despair, but a clear-eyed acknowledgement of reality, much like a doctor's diagnosis that paves the way for effective treatment. By accepting that challenges physical, emotional, relational, and existential are woven into the fabric of life, we liberate ourselves from the exhausting illusion that life should be perpetually smooth, or that problems are personal attacks. The video presents this truth not as religious dogma, but as an observable fact, verifiable in our own experiences. We inhabit bodies that age, sicken, and die, form bonds that invite conflict, misunderstanding, and loss, navigate minds prone to worry, comparison, and overwhelm, and face changes, disappointments, and uncertainties beyond our control. Embracing this shifts our question from, "Why is this happening to me?" to, "How can I move through this with grace?" transforming victimhood into empowerment. This acceptance begins by recognizing the universality of difficulty, which the transcript emphasizes, to counteract the sense of isolation that resistance often breeds. In our modern world, it's easy to feel singled out by struggles, especially when social media showcases curated perfection. Yet, as the video notes, challenges are shared. Someone in a bustling city apartment replays a work mishap. A parent frets over a child's silence, or an individual scrolls through feeds feeling inadequate. These are not anomalies, but the human condition. The Buddha, after witnessing illness, aging, and death outside his palace, sought to understand this inevitability, realizing that pretending life should be free from hardship only amplifies suffering. When we stop demanding exemption from pain, we cease taking it personally, as if the universe conspired against us, and instead see it as the common ground connecting all beings. A poignant example from the transcript is Elena, a mother whose 8-year-old son was diagnosed with a learning disability. Initially, she resisted this reality, searching for blame in the school system, her parenting, or genetics, exhausting herself with research for cures and specialists. This fight stemmed from the belief that such challenges shouldn't exist, viewing the diagnosis as evidence that something had fundamentally gone wrong with her family. The toll was immense: endless worry, drained energy, and strained relationships, all because she hadn't accepted difficulty as part of life. The shift occurred when Elena embraced the first noble truth: challenges like this are woven into existence, not punishments or failures. This didn't mean abandoning hope for her son's progress. It meant redirecting her efforts from futile resistance to practical support, helping him thrive within his circumstances. Acceptance freed her to channel love into adaptation rather than denial, illustrating how acknowledging inevitability conserves energy for positive action. Similarly, the video shares Marcus's story, a small business owner frustrated by economic shifts disrupting his industry. He spent months raging against these changes, feeling victimized by forces beyond his control, bitter about adapting long successful strategies. This resistance personalized the difficulty, interpreting it as a targeted assault on his hard work. Mentally, it led to resentment and stagnation. Physically, to stress, induced health issues like poor sleep and tension. Embracing the truth that business challenges, market evolutions, and the need for flexibility are inherent to entrepreneurship, not personal affronts, marked his turning point. Marcus stopped wasting energy fighting reality and focused on creative solutions, ultimately strengthening his business. This exemplifies the liberating power of the first noble truth. By seeing difficulty as neutral and expected, we gain clarity to respond effectively, rather than being paralyzed by "why me?" The transcript extends this to emotional difficulties, asserting that feelings like sadness after loss, anxiety before events, or frustration with plans gone awry are natural responses, not character flaws to eradicate. In a culture that pathologizes discomfort, labeling worry as weakness or grief as something to get over, we often add shame to pain, compounding suffering. Accepting these as part of the human tapestry removes self-judgment. For instance, the person comparing their life to others' highlights feels the sting of inadequacy, but resisting it by demanding constant progress or berating themselves turns it into chronic dissatisfaction. Acknowledging comparison as a common mental habit arising from our social nature allows it to pass without self-flagellation, fostering compassion instead. This truth also applies to broader life stages. Aging bodies bring aches and limitations, relationships evolve with misunderstandings, and uncertainties loom in careers or health. The video stresses it's realistic, not pessimistic. Difficulty coexists with joy, growth, and connection. Denying it leads to shock when challenges arise, as if we've been betrayed by life. Acceptance, however, builds resilience. We prepare without paranoia, respond without panic. The Buddha's observation during meditation revealed this. Suffering intensifies when we crave permanence in an impermanent world. By accepting flux bodies declining, bonds shifting, we open to life's fullness, finding beauty in transience. Practically, cultivating this acceptance starts with small observations, as suggested in the transcript. Notice when you personalize problems, like viewing a rainy day as ruining your plans rather than a natural occurrence. Reframe, this is part of life, shared by all. Over time, this reduces reactivity, preserving mental space for wisdom. The video's 4 Noble Truths frame this as the diagnosis. Once accepted, motivation arises for the subsequent truths, understanding resistance's role, believing suffering can end, and walking the path. In essence, the first noble truth invites a profound shift, from fighting life's inherent difficulties to flowing with them. Stories like Alina's and Marcus's demonstrate that acceptance doesn't equate to resignation, but to intelligent engagement. Energy once spent denying reality now fuels growth. This truth demystifies suffering's source, empowering us to stop adding personal narratives to universal pains. Reflect. Where in your life are you denying difficulty, taking it as a flaw? Embracing it as inevitable opens the door to peace, proving the Buddha's wisdom. True freedom begins when we align with reality, not against it. How resistance adds the second arrow. The second noble truth builds directly on the first, by illuminating the mechanism that turns inevitable pain into prolonged suffering. Our resistance to reality, which the Buddha metaphorically described as shooting ourselves with a second arrow. As the transcript explains, while life's challenges, the first arrow, are unavoidable, the mental anguish we add through craving, aversion, and non-acceptance is entirely self-created and optional. This truth is revolutionary because it pinpoints where our power lies, not in eradicating difficulties, but in transforming our relationship to them. Resistance doesn't protect us, it amplifies pain, creating unnecessary layers of story, tension, and exhaustion. By examining this through the video's insights and examples, we see how everyday resistance functions like a self-inflicted wound, and why recognizing it motivates us to choose a different path, one of acceptance that allows pain to pass without multiplication. At its core, the second noble truth reveals that most of what we label as suffering isn't inherent to events, but arises from our mental commentary and refusal to let things be. The transcript uses the analogy of 2 arrows. The first is the natural pain, like an injury or loss. The second is the emotional turmoil we add by railing against it, cursing our luck, blaming ourselves, or demanding it shouldn't have happened. This second arrow is where resistance thrives, turning a manageable hurt into debilitating torment. The Buddha, observing his own mind under the Bodhi tree, saw that craving for pleasure without pain, or attachment to things being different, fuels this cycle. In modern terms, it's the running narrative that escalates a setback into a crisis, not just feeling disappointed, but spiraling into, "This proves I'm a failure," or "Life is always against me." By fighting reality, we keep the pain alive, preventing natural healing. A clear illustration from the video is the experience of being passed over for a promotion. The rejection itself is the first arrow: disappointment, a blow to ambitions, perhaps financial implications, all natural pains of professional life. But resistance adds the second. One person might spiral into self-doubt, analyzing every perceived flaw, comparing themselves resentfully to the chosen colleague, and carrying bitterness that affects work and relationships for months. This mental proliferation, insisting the outcome is unfair, replaying what-ifs, or fearing it defines their worth, creates suffering far beyond the initial sting. In contrast, another feels the disappointment, grieves briefly, seeks feedback for growth, and redirects energy to new opportunities. The event is identical, but the resistant approach multiplies pain through added stories, while acceptance confines it to the first arrow, allowing forward movement. This dynamic plays out vividly in emotional contexts, such as Sarah's chronic anxiety about her teenage daughter's choices. The concern is the first arrow, a valid pain born from love and the uncertainties of parenting. But Sarah's resistance, lying awake with catastrophic scenarios, researching every potential danger, attempting to micromanage decisions beyond her control, shoots the second arrow. Her worry loops and control efforts don't mitigate risks. They exhaust her, strain the relationship, and heighten her anxiety, as the transcript notes. The underlying craving for certainty in an uncertain world amplifies the pain, sending the message that normal parental worry is intolerable. By adding this layer, Sarah suffers unnecessarily, missing chances to be present and supportive. The second truth shows that while we can't eliminate the first arrow, love's vulnerability, we can choose not to fire the second, experiencing concern without devastation. The transcript extends this to physical and relational pains, emphasizing resistance's role in prolongation. For instance, in chronic sadness like Lisa's grief, pushing away tears or forcing positivity doesn't erase the loss, first arrow, but buries it, leading to underground suffering like numbness or irritability. Resistance here is the demand that grief conform to a timeline or appearance, adding self-judgment as a second arrow. Similarly, in physical ailments like a lingering illness, the pain is real, but resisting by obsessing "why me?" or fearing endless decline multiplies it into despair. The Buddha's insight is that this added layer stems from three poisons: greed, craving better; hatred, aversion to worse; and delusion, ignoring impermanence. In daily life, it's the subtle fight against traffic not just delaying us but ruining our day, or criticism not just highlighting errors but proving our inadequacy. Stories in the video, like James facing job loss, father's cancer, and marital strain, demonstrate how resistance compounds crises. Without it, each challenge is navigable, individually the pain real but contained. But adding the narrative, "this shouldn't be happening," or "I can't handle this," shoots multiple second arrows, creating overwhelm. James discovered he could endure more than imagined by dropping resistance, meeting each pain without the overlay of global catastrophe. This highlights the truth's hope. Our power lies in relational change. We can't control events, but we can stop amplifying them through mental habits. Resistance often masquerades as caring or responsibility, as the transcript warns wearing worry as proof of dedication. But this cultural valorization ignores how it depletes us, fostering a victim mindset where difficulties feel personal assaults. The second truth counters this by showing suffering as mind-made, verifiable in experience. Notice how accepting a delay brings calm, while fighting it breeds agitation. Practically, it invites awareness. When pain arises, observe if you're adding stories or demands. Labeling this as the second arrow interrupts the cycle, fostering compassion for the shared human tendency to resist. Ultimately, this truth motivates transformation. If resistance creates optional suffering, we're inspired to release it. As in Sarah's shift to feeling concern without spirals, or the promotion examples redirect to growth, dropping the second arrow reveals resilience. The Buddha's path promises not a pain-free life, but one where pain doesn't destroy disappointment without collapse, uncertainty without panic. Reflect. Where are you adding the second arrow, turning pain into suffering? Recognizing this empowers choice. Aligning with the transcript's essence, freedom emerges when we stop the self-inflicted wounds of resistance. The hope that suffering can end. The third noble truth offers a beacon of optimism in the Buddha's framework. The additional suffering we create through resistance is not permanent and can indeed come to an end. As the transcript articulates, this isn't about achieving a flawless life, free from challenges or emotions, but about cultivating the capacity to experience difficulties without being overwhelmed by them, like learning to swim, where you don't eliminate the water, but no longer fear drowning in it. This truth is empowering because it places liberation within our immediate reach, independent of external changes. We don't need circumstances to improve, others to behave differently, or the world to become predictable. Freedom from unnecessary anguish emerges through shifting our inner relationship to what arises, meeting it with awareness rather than reactivity. By exploring this hope through the video's teachings and stories, we see that ending suffering is a realistic, testable process, fostering motivation to engage the path with trust and patience. Central to this truth is the understanding that suffering ends not by suppression or indifference, but by removing the mental habits that sustain it. The transcript emphasizes that we can feel everything fully: joy, sorrow, fear, without destruction, developing resilience like a tree bending in the wind. This capacity isn't reserved for enlightened beings. It's accessible now, in this moment, by learning non-resistance. The Buddha discovered this during his meditation, realizing that craving and aversion, the roots of the second arrow, can be uprooted through insight and practice. In practical terms, it means experiencing disappointment without spiraling into self-pity, criticism without collapse, or uncertainty without paralysis. The hope lies in its verifiability. Small acts of acceptance reveal glimpses of peace, building confidence that larger sufferings can also dissolve. A transformative example from the video is James, who endured a dark year of job loss, his father's cancer diagnosis, and marital struggles. Initially, these compounded pains felt like his life was irrevocably falling apart, with resistance adding narratives of "this shouldn't be happening," and "I can't handle this." The mental weight seemed endless, trapping him in overwhelm, but James learned to meet each challenge individually, without the overlay of global catastrophe or denial. By dropping resistance, acknowledging the pain as real but not multiplying it, he discovered untapped strength. To his surprise, he could navigate far more than imagined when not also fighting reality. This didn't erase the grief or stress, but ended the unnecessary layer, allowing him to respond skillfully, seeking support for his father, communicating openly in his marriage, and exploring new career paths. James's story illustrates the third truth's promise. Suffering ends when we stop creating it, revealing our inherent capacity to hold difficulty with centeredness. This hope extends to chronic patterns like anxiety or grief, where the transcript assures that even persistent emotions are workable when not resisted. For David with panic attacks, the hope materialized when he shifted from fighting sensations to allowing them, breathing with the waves rather than tensing against them. The attacks didn't vanish instantly, but their intensity diminished, as he confirmed through experience that non-resistance weakened their hold. Similarly, Lisa's suppressed sadness after her mother's death felt interminable until she permitted its full expression without judgment. The numbness and irritability lifted, showing that suffering ends not by waiting for perfect conditions, but by changing how we relate to imperfect ones. These narratives underscore that ending suffering is gradual, not a sudden enlightenment, but a gentle training in acceptance that accumulates evidence of freedom. The video frames this as developing the capacity to remain centered in the midst of whatever arises, putting peace within grasp. It doesn't require emotionlessness. Compassion for self and others grows as we navigate shared human struggles together. The Buddha's hesitation to teach stemmed from this truth's profundity. If suffering is mind-made, its cessation is too. Yet, he shared it, knowing people could test it in daily life. Consider minor frustrations. Resisting a co-worker's misunderstanding adds resentment that lingers. Accepting it as part of interaction lets it pass, ending the mental drain quickly. Scaling this to larger pains, like loss or failure, builds trust that suffering can end, motivating practice. This truth counters despair by affirming that pain's amplification is optional, as in Sarah's anxiety over her daughter. Her endless worry felt inescapable until she learned to feel concern without feeding spirals. Present love replaced controlling fear, ending the self-created torment. The transcript notes, this shift puts the end of suffering within reach, available right now through awareness. It involves wisdom, seeing clearly beyond fears and desires, uncovering peace by removing obstacles like resistance. Practically, the hope inspires small experiments. When anxiety arises, observe it without fighting, noting how it fades faster. As Rebecca, the nurse in a high-stress emergency department, discovered, carrying patients' pain home burned her out, until she practiced non-resistance, feeling sadness without believing she could prevent all suffering. This didn't diminish her care but enhanced it, ending compassion fatigue. Her story shows ending suffering makes us more effective, not detached. The third truth interconnects with others. Accepting difficulty, first, motivates seeing resistance's role. Second, believing it can end. Third, encourages the path. Fourth, it's motivational once we taste freedom from a resisted emotion passing naturally. We pursue deeper change. The video describes this as awakening to non-resistance, where emotions become manageable, uncertainty bearable, conflicts workable. This hope is profound, yet simple. Suffering ends through inner work, not external fixes. Reflect. What would life feel like trusting anguish can cease? As James found, we handle more without resistance's weight. This truth ignites commitment, proving the Buddha's path leads to peace amid life's storms. Practical steps on the path of non-resistance. The fourth noble truth provides the actionable roadmap for realizing the end of unnecessary suffering, outlining specific practices that cultivate freedom through awareness, compassion, and wisdom rather than force or denial. As the transcript describes, this isn't about positive thinking or forcing emotional change, but developing skills to meet experiences with presence, observing thoughts and emotions like clouds in the sky, without being swept away. The Buddha called this the Noble Eightfold Path, but in practical terms, it's a gentle training in non-resistance, learning to see clearly, respond skillfully, and uncover the innate peace obstructed by habitual reactivity. This path includes mindfulness to notice resistance, compassion to hold difficulties kindly, and wisdom to discern reality beyond fears or desires. It's not a quest for perfection, but a gradual awakening, testable in daily life, where small steps build into profound transformation. By exploring these steps through the video's guidance and examples, we see how to apply ancient wisdom to modern struggles, turning theory into lived freedom. The first practical step is cultivating awareness, or mindfulness, which the transcript likens to watching your mind with a scientist's patience. This begins with simple observation. Notice when resistance arises without immediately trying to fix it. In moments of anxiety, for instance, pause and label the experience. Anxiety is here rather than identifying as I am anxious. This creates space, allowing emotions to pass without amplification. The video suggests starting small. During a frustrating wait in traffic, observe the rising tension and thoughts like, "This shouldn't be happening." Then gently redirect to the present, the feel of the steering wheel, your breath. Over time, this interrupts the second arrow, as in David's panic attacks. By mindfully breathing with sensations instead of fighting, he practiced non-resistance, reducing their intensity. Awareness isn't suppression, it's turning toward experiences curiously, revealing their transient nature. Thoughts come and go, emotions ebb and flow. A key tool here is body scanning, as the transcript invites. Notice physical signs of resistance, like clenched shoulders or tight stomach, which often mirror mental bracing. Experiment with softening. Take deep breaths, release the grip, and ask, "What am I fighting right now?" This somatic approach grounds the practice, making it accessible even amid chaos. For Rebecca, the emergency nurse burdened by patients' pain, awareness meant noticing when she carried grief home, observing the heaviness without self-blame. By mindfully acknowledging limitations inherent in her work, she stopped adding guilt, ending burnout. This step trains the nervous system. Repeated observation shows emotions aren't threats, fostering trust that suffering diminishes when not fed. The second step involves developing compassion, both for oneself and others, as we navigate shared difficulties. The video stresses this as essential, treating your struggles with the kindness you'd offer a friend, recognizing everyone's humanity. When resistance flares, like judging yourself for feeling sad, practice self-compassion. This is hard, and it's okay to feel this. This softens the inner critic, preventing added shame. In relationships, extend compassion without rescue. Hold space for a partner's frustration without trying to fix it, as in Janet's shift with her depressed daughter from constant solutions to presence, allowing healing without control. Compassion isn't pity but empathetic understanding. We're all caught in resistance patterns, products of conditioning. The transcript illustrates this with the Zen story of the monk carrying the woman across the river. He helps fully, then releases, while the student clings mentally, creating suffering. Practically, cultivate compassion through metta meditation. Silently wish well-being to yourself. May I be free from suffering, then others. This dissolves isolation, as in Sarah's anxiety over her daughter. Compassion for her own fear reduced spirals, making her more present. Over time, this builds emotional intelligence. Feelings become information, not enemies, enabling responses from care rather than reactivity. The third step is nurturing wisdom, the clear seeing that discerns situations beyond filters of desire or fear. The Buddha taught this as right view, understanding impermanence, interdependence, and non-self, to cut through delusions fueling resistance. Practically, question narratives. When worry arises, ask, is this true or a story? This reveals how resistance often stems from craving certainty. In Marcus's business challenges, wisdom meant seeing economic shifts as interdependent conditions, not personal failures, freeing him to adapt creatively. Wisdom grows through reflection. After a resistant episode, journal what triggered it and how acceptance might differ. The video notes peace isn't created, but uncovered by removing obstacles like clearing a stream. Non-resistance lets life's flow resume. Integrate wisdom with daily ethics. Speak truthfully without attachment to outcomes. Act skillfully without forcing. For Emma receiving feedback, wisdom saw it as growth opportunity, not attack, allowing quick release. This step involves study, reading teachings, or contemplating examples, but emphasizes direct experience. Test insights in life. Building confidence. Suffering ends. The fourth step is right effort, balanced energy in practice, neither too tight nor loose. The transcript describes this as responsive attunement, like a musician playing the right note. Avoid extremes. Don't force non-resistance aggressively, nor neglect it passively. Start with short sessions, 5 minutes observing breath, noting resistance without judgment. In challenges, apply effort sustainably, engage without frenzy. Robert's workaholism swung between manic overwork and burnout. Right effort meant consistent boundaries, focusing intensity during hours while releasing after. This prevents practice from becoming another stress, ensuring gradual integration. The fifth step encompasses concentration and mindfulness in action, maintaining presence amid distractions. Develop this through meditation. Sit quietly, return to breath when mind wanders, training focus. In life, apply to tasks. Eat mindfully, listen fully in conversations. The video's path includes understanding peace as innate, remove resistance. It emerges. For James in crises, concentration meant handling one issue at a time, without overwhelming stories. This leads to samadhi, absorbed clarity, where non-resistance becomes natural. These steps interweave. Awareness informs compassion, wisdom guides effort, concentration sustains all. The transcript portrays the path as dancing with life gracefully or awkwardly, but without depending on perfect conditions. It's gradual, slips happen, but each return strengthens. Rebecca's effectiveness increased as she practiced, feeling loss without self-blame, offering presence without depletion. Practically, create routines, morning reflection on intentions, evening review of resistant moments. Use reminders. What am I adding in stress? The video assures this works collectively transformation through subtraction, releasing unneeded habits. This path ends unnecessary suffering by fostering non-resistance, as Buddha taught. Stories show it's achievable. Freedom in meeting life openly. Reflect. Which step resonates? Starting small unveils. Hope suffering can end, one mindful moment at a time. Stories of transformation through the truths. The Four Noble Truths are not merely theoretical. They come alive through real stories of individuals who applied them, transforming entrenched suffering into freedom and effectiveness. As the transcript illustrates, these truths work synergistically, accepting difficulty as inherent. First, recognizing resistance as the cause of added suffering. Second, believing it can end. Third, and walking the practical path. Fourth, lead to profound shifts. This isn't overnight enlightenment, but a gradual awakening, where small acts of non-resistance accumulate into a new way of being, meeting challenges with grace rather than struggle. The video shares narratives like Elena's, Marcus's, Sarah's, James's, and Rebecca's, each demonstrating how embracing the truths dissolves unnecessary anguish, redirects energy productively, and uncovers innate peace. These stories, drawn directly from the teachings, show the truth's universality, applicable to parenting, work, anxiety, crises, and caregiving, proving that transformation happens through subtraction, releasing unneeded resistance rather than addition. Elena's journey as a mother exemplifies the truth's power in family challenges. When her 8-year-old son was diagnosed with a learning disability, Elena initially denied the first truth, treating it as an aberration that shouldn't exist in her family. She blamed external factors, the school, her parenting, genetics, and exhausted herself researching cures, adding the second arrow of resistance through futile fixing. This created overwhelming suffering, constant worry, guilt, and drained resources, believing she could control the uncontrollable. The hope of the third truth dawned when Elena realized suffering could end not by erasing the disability, but by changing her relationship to it. Accepting difficulty as part of life. First, she stopped personalizing it, seeing it as a shared human experience rather than a failure. This freed her to walk the path. Fourth, cultivating awareness of her blame patterns, compassion for herself and son, and wisdom in focusing on adaptation. Practically, she channeled energy into supportive therapies and education, involving her son in his growth. The transformation was remarkable. Elena's anxiety lessened, their bond strengthened, and her son thrived with tailored help. By releasing resistance, she discovered joy in their reality, illustrating how the truths turn potential devastation into empowered parenting. Marcus, the small business owner, transformed economic turmoil through the truth's application. Facing industry shifts that upended his strategies, Marcus resisted fiercely, second truth, raging against changes as personal attacks on his efforts. This added suffering. Bitterness consumed him, leading to poor decisions and strained relationships, ignoring the first truth that challenges like economic cycles are inherent to entrepreneurship. Months of futile anger exhausted him, but the third truth's hope that suffering could end sparked change. He accepted difficulty as neutral, first, not victimization, and recognized his resistance as the amplifier, second. On the path, fourth, Marcus practiced mindfulness to notice resentment arising, compassion for his fears, and wisdom in seeing interdependence markets evolve beyond individual control. Practically, he set boundaries on worry time, reflected daily on adaptable actions, and sought collaborative solutions. The result? His business not only survived but innovated, finding new niches. Marcus's energy, once wasted on rage, fueled creativity, proving the truths foster resilience in professional adversity. Where acceptance opens doors, resistance slams shut. Sarah's chronic anxiety about her teenage daughter's choices highlights the truth's role in emotional liberation. The natural concern love's vulnerability was the first arrow, first truth, but Sarah's resistance multiplied it. Second, catastrophic thinking, obsessive research, and control attempts created paralyzing worry, keeping her awake and distant. She felt singled out, denying difficulty's universality. The third truth's assurance that this self-made suffering could cease motivated her shift, accepting parental uncertainty as inherent. First, Sarah saw her spirals as optional additions. Second, walking the path. Fourth, she cultivated awareness by noting worry triggers without engaging, compassion by kindly acknowledging her love-driven fears, and wisdom by questioning what-ifs as mind-made delusions. Practically, she practiced breathing into anxiety, journaling resistant thoughts, and offering presence over control, listening without fixing. Transformation unfolded, worry lessened, allowing genuine connection. Sarah became more helpful, her daughter feeling supported rather than monitored. This ended unnecessary torment, showing how the truths heal anxiety by reframing it as workable, not enemy. James's compounded crises, job loss, father's cancer, marital strain, demonstrate the truth's efficacy in overwhelming hardship. Initially, he resisted holistically. Second, layering this shouldn't happen narratives, feeling his life was collapsing irreversibly. Denying difficulties normality, first, amplified despair, making pains feel unbearable, but glimpsing the third truth that suffering could end through non-resistance ignited hope. Accepting each challenge as part of existence, first, not cosmic punishment, James identified resistance as the multiplier. Second, on the path. Fourth, he practiced moment-to-moment awareness, observing overwhelming thoughts without attachment, compassion for his vulnerability, and wisdom in addressing one issue at a time. Practically, he meditated briefly daily, sought feedback without self-judgment, and communicated openly in marriage. The shift was profound. Pains remained, but without added weight. James handled them skillfully, finding new work, supporting his father, rebuilding his relationship. he discovered resilience he didn't know existed, embodying the truth's promise. We endure more when not fighting reality, turning crises into growth. Rebecca, the emergency nurse, transformed compassion fatigue through the truths. Daily witnessing unsavable patients and grieving families, she resisted limitations. Second, carrying guilt home as if she should prevent all pain, denying medicine's inherent difficulties. First, this added suffering, burnout, self-blame, emotional depletion. The third truth's hope that this could end led her to accept imperfection as part of caregiving. First, seeing resistance as the amplifier. Second, practicing the path. Fourth, Rebecca developed awareness of carried grief, compassion for her efforts and patience struggles, and wisdom in recognizing boundaries. Practically, she reflected post-shift, set emotional limits, and focused on presence over perfection. Transformation emerged. She cared deeply without destruction, becoming more effective. Patients felt held, her compassion sustainable. This ended unnecessary anguish, illustrating how the truths enhance professional impact by freeing energy from resistance. These stories, intertwined with the truths, reveal a pattern. Acceptance dissolves personalization, recognition halts amplification, hope motivates, and the path delivers. The transcript notes they work together once difficulty is normalized, resistance seen, cessation believed, non-resistance practiced. Freedom naturally arises, not through earning but uncovering, as peace emerges when fighting ceases. These transformations aren't exceptional, they're invitations to apply the truths personally. Reflect. How might they reshape your struggles? In these narratives, we see the Buddha's vision, a life where difficulty exists, but suffering ends, yielding clarity, compassion, and joy. Flowing with life, the art of Wu Wei. Understanding Wu Wei as effortless action. The ancient Chinese concept of Wu Wei, often translated as non-doing or effortless action, emerges as a profound complement to Buddhist teachings on non-resistance, offering a way to navigate life with intelligence rather than force. As the transcript explains, Wu Wei isn't about passivity or laziness, but the most skillful form of engagement, acting in harmony with life's natural rhythms, achieving more by forcing less, influencing without controlling, and finding peace without battling for it. Rooted in Taoist philosophy but aligning seamlessly with the Buddha's path, Wu Wei invites us to flow like water through the landscape, never arguing with obstacles, yet shaping the world through gentle persistence. This isn't mere theory, it's a practical art observable in nature, sports, music, and daily interactions, where yielding proves stronger than rigidity. By delving into the video's descriptions and metaphors, we uncover Wu Wei as the key to transforming resistance into receptivity, allowing life's intelligence to guide us toward greater effectiveness and ease. At its essence, Wu Wei represents action that aligns with the Tao, the natural way things unfold, requiring trust in processes beyond our immediate control. The transcript clarifies that non-action misleads. It's intelligent responsiveness, knowing when to act and when to yield, speak or listen, push or step back. Unlike our culture's emphasis on willpower and domination, Wu Wei suggests true power comes from harmony, not opposition. The video draws on water as the perfect teacher. It doesn't fight mountains or rocks but flows around them, finding the path of least resistance while carving canyons over time. This softness overcomes hardness. Yielding conquers rigidity. When you grasp water tightly, it slips away. Cup it gently, and it rests peacefully. Swimming against a current exhausts. Working with it reaches destinations gracefully. This principle applies universally. In relationships, work, or inner struggles, forcing outcomes often backfires, while Wu Wei invites natural unfolding. Consider Maria, the project manager, whose story in the transcript embodies Wu Wei's shift. She once approached workplace conflicts like a battering ram, preparing arguments, marshalling evidence, pushing through disagreements with determination. This resistance bred exhaustion, resentment, and suboptimal solutions, as colleagues felt overpowered rather than collaborated with. Her influence waned under the strain of control. Learning Wu Wei, Maria began listening first to understand the landscape, flowing around resistance by building on existing agreements, wearing down opposition through patient presence. Like water shaping stone, her gentle persistence increased her impact. Conflicts resolved more amicably, teams implemented ideas willingly, and her energy sustained. This wasn't withdrawal but skillful engagement, accomplishing more by forcing less, as the video promises. Maria's transformation shows Wu Wei as a way to enhance leadership, where yielding amplifies authority rather than diminishing it. The transcript extends this to peak performance states, like athletes or musicians in flow. A basketball legend like Michael Jordan didn't brute force opponents but danced with the game's rhythm, reading moments and responding with effortless grace. His legendary plays emerged from transcending thought, moving with openings that appeared fleetingly. Similarly, a jazz pianist improvises not by dominating the music, but conversing with it, letting melodies flow through, serving the song rather than impressing. These aren't superhuman feats. They're Wu Wei in action, where absorption dissolves separation between self and activity. The video notes, we've all tasted this. In deep conversations where words flow naturally, neither party controlling, or hobbies like gardening where time vanishes in effortless immersion, these glimpses reveal Wu Wei as our natural state, obscured by conditioned forcing. A timeless story in the transcript, the farmer whose horse runs away, perfectly captures Wu Wei's heart. Neighbors lament the loss. The farmer replies, "Maybe so, maybe not. We'll see." The horse returns with wild ones. Celebration ensues, met with the same response. His son breaks a leg riding one, sympathy follows. Same reply. War conscription skips the injured son. Fortune praised. Same equanimity. The farmer engages, fully caring for his horse, tending his son, but without wasting energy on judgments or predictions. He trusts life's intelligence, its timing beyond control. This non-attachment to outcomes embodies Wu Wei, presence without grasping, skill without force. It challenges our taught responsibility as constant management, suggesting true strength discerns when to act and yield. In personal struggles, Wu Wei transforms inner battles. Jennifer's insomnia, fueled by forcing sleep through techniques and worry, worsened as resistance confirmed its elusiveness. Embracing Wu Wei, she created inviting conditions, gentle routines, accepting whatever rest came, paradoxically easing slumber. The transcript explains this as working with, not against, natural rhythms, responding to wakefulness without fight, allowing flow. Similarly, David's parenting micromanagement rebelled his daughter, stepping back with Wu Wei, offering support without force, increased influence, fostering her wisdom. Body awareness is crucial, as the video invites. Scan for tension-braced shoulders, clenched jaw, fisted hands, signs of forcing overflowing. Experiment with softening. Hold situations like a butterfly, firm yet gentle. This reveals surprising strength energy for creativity when not gripping. Wu Wei doesn't preclude decisive action. It ensures responses from wisdom, not reactivity, speaking truth when needed, silent when words inflame. The transcript positions Wu Wei as emerging from non-resistance. Trust life's creativity over controlling minds. Stories show this leads to deeper contributions, greater influence, joy, effectiveness. It's a philosophy becoming being, where effort aligns with existence's flow. Understanding Wu Wei invites reflection. Where are you forcing, pushing against reality? Embracing it as effortless action dissolves resistance, echoing the Buddha's path. Peace in harmony, not conquest. This sets the stage for nature's lessons, where water's persistence teaches yielding's power. Lessons from water and nature. Nature provides the most eloquent teachers for understanding Wu Wei, with water emerging as the supreme example of effortless action that achieves profound results without struggle or force. As the transcript vividly illustrates, observing how water moves through the world reveals the essence of this principle. It never contends with obstacles in its path, yet its gentle, persistent flow reshapes the hardest landscapes over time. This isn't mere passivity, but a demonstration of intelligent adaptability, yielding to what cannot be changed while influencing through harmony rather than opposition. The lessons from water and other natural phenomena align deeply with Buddhist non-resistance, showing how softness can triumph over rigidity and how aligning with life's rhythms conserves energy for true transformation. By exploring these metaphors and examples from the video, we see Wu Wei not as an abstract ideal but a practical guide, applicable to our inner and outer worlds, where embracing flow dissolves the exhaustion of constant pushing and opens pathways to greater peace and effectiveness. Water's primary lesson is its unparalleled ability to adapt without losing its essence or direction. The transcript describes how water encounters a mountain not with argument or frustration, but by flowing around it, seeking the path of least resistance, while continuing toward its destination, the sea. This mirrors the Taoist wisdom that true strength lies in flexibility. Water doesn't insist the terrain conform to its preferences. It responds to what is, carving valleys and smoothing stones through consistent, unforced presence. Over centuries, this yields monumental change, like the Grand Canyon formed by the Colorado River's patient erosion. In human terms, this teaches us to navigate challenges without the mental resistance that amplifies suffering. When faced with an unchangeable circumstance, like a delayed flight or a difficult coworker, forcing a direct confrontation often leads to frustration and depletion, the equivalent of bashing against rock. Wu Wei, like water, invites us to find alternative routes, perhaps using the delay for reflection or building rapport with the co-worker through understanding rather than debate. This adaptability conserves vital energy, allowing us to influence outcomes indirectly but profoundly, just as water fertilizes soil and sustains life without ever demanding recognition. Another key attribute of water is its humility and receptivity, always seeking the lowest point, yet filling any container it enters without prejudice. The video emphasizes this as a model for human interactions. Water doesn't elevate itself or resist lowly places. It embraces them, becoming whatever shape is needed: a puddle, a river, an ocean. This humility counters our ego-driven tendencies to force situations to match our expectations, which the transcript identifies as sources of suffering. Consider how water teaches non-attachment. When poured into a vessel, it conforms perfectly, yet remains unchanged in its fundamental nature: clear, fluid, life-giving. In life, this translates to relationships where we often resist others' differing views, insisting on our higher ground. Practicing Wu Wei means lowering ourselves to meet people where they are, flowing into conversations with receptivity rather than rigidity. The result: deeper connections form naturally, as resistance gives way to mutual understanding. Nature's lesson here is that true power accumulates in low places. Valleys collect water to become mighty rivers, just as humble listening gathers insights that forceful arguing scatters. The persistence of water offers a lesson in sustained, effortless effort, contrasting with our culture's burst and burnout cycles. The transcript notes how water's gentle drip can wear through the toughest stone, not through violent strikes, but through unwavering consistency over time. This embodies Wu Wei's softness stronger than hardness. A single wave may seem insignificant, but the ocean's tides reshape coastlines. In personal growth, this discourages the resistant push for quick fixes, like crash diets or forced meditations that lead to rebound failure. Instead, Wu Wei encourages small, harmonious actions aligned with natural rhythms. A daily walk in nature to ease anxiety rather than battling it with willpower. The video's example of water transforming hard earth into fertile soil applies to inner struggles. Resisting grief hardens the heart, but allowing it to flow softly, like rain nourishing parched ground, softens and enriches us. Over time, this persistence heals without the scars of forceful intervention. As seen in Lisa's grief journey, initial suppression hardened her into numbness, but yielding to its flow, fertilized new life. Nature extends these lessons beyond water to other elements, like trees in a storm, which the transcript references as models of flexible strength. A rigid oak snaps in high winds, but a willow bends and survives, its suppleness allowing it to absorb force without breaking. This mirrors Wu Wei in adversity. Resisting change rigidly leads to fracture, while flowing with it preserves wholeness. The Buddha's middle path echoes this, neither collapsing nor confronting head-on, but responding dynamically. In work, like Marcus's economic shifts, rigid adherence to old strategies snapped his progress. Adopting Wu Wei's flexibility, like a tree yielding to wind, allowed adaptation and growth. Nature teaches that survival and thriving comes from harmony. Trees don't fight seasons, but trust winter's rest leads to spring's renewal. Similarly, we can trust life's cycles, releasing resistance to bad phases, knowing they nourish future blooms. Animals in nature further exemplify Wu Wei's instinctive wisdom, moving with environmental cues rather than against them. Birds migrate with winds, not battling headwinds. Predators wait patiently for opportunities, striking with precision rather than constant chase. The transcript implies this animal intelligence as a return to our natural state, unclouded by overthinking. In human terms, this counters mental vigilance, anticipating every problem drains us, like a deer constantly fleeing shadows. Wu Wei invites watchful patience, observe, then act when aligned. The farmer's story reinforces this. His neutral maybe so, maybe not reflects nature's non-judgmental flow, trusting unfolding without premature forcing. These lessons culminate in a profound shift, viewing life as a collaborative dance with nature's intelligence, not a solo battle. The video warns that forcing gripping relationships or outcomes creates tension, like damming a river leads to floods. Releasing allows flow, as water teaches, hold lightly, and abundance rests, force, and it evades. Practically, embody this by daily nature immersion. Watch a stream, feel winds yield, cultivating Wu Wei's qualities: adaptability, humility, persistence, flexibility. Notice body resistance mirroring nature's opposites: tightness like rigid rock, softness like flowing water, and choose the latter. Wu Wei's nature lessons dissolve the illusion of control, revealing effortlessness as supreme efficiency. As the transcript states, this trust opens transformation stories, where yielding unlocks possibilities, forcing obscures. Reflect. How might water's wisdom soften your resistances? Embracing these lessons, we flow toward applying Wu Wei in relationships and work, where harmony yields deeper fulfillment. Applying Wu Wei in relationships and work. The true beauty of Wu Wei lies in its practical application to the spheres of relationships and work, where resistance often manifests most intensely, leading to strained connections and unproductive efforts. As the transcript elucidates, Wu Wei transforms these areas by encouraging us to flow with interpersonal dynamics and professional challenges rather than forcing outcomes, achieving deeper harmony and greater results through intelligent yielding. In relationships, this means creating space for others' growth without micromanaging. In work, it involves responding to situations with presence instead of rigid control. Drawing from the video's examples, like Maria's workplace shifts, David's parenting evolution, and Jennifer's insomnia battle, we see Wu Wei as a bridge from conflict to collaboration, exhaustion to efficiency. By aligning actions with natural rhythms, knowing when to engage and when to step back, Wu Wei fosters trust, reduces tension, and uncovers a sustainable path where influence grows paradoxically through less effort, turning daily interactions into opportunities for effortless grace. In relationships, Wu Wei invites a profound shift from control to supportive presence, recognizing that forcing closeness often creates distance. The transcript highlights how gripping tightly out of fear or love signals mistrust, prompting withdrawal, as in the paradox of holding water. Clench your fist, and it escapes. Cup gently, and it stays. This applies to parent-child bonds, romantic partnerships, or friendships, where resistance to others' independence breeds resentment. Consider David, the father who micromanaged his teenage daughter's decisions, believing constant guidance proved good parenting. His interventions, correcting choices, offering unsolicited advice, stemmed from care but resisted her natural development, leading to rebellion and relational deterioration. The more he pushed, the more she pulled away, illustrating Wu Wei's warning: forcing influence diminishes it. Learning this art didn't make David permissive. It taught discernment, input when helpful, space when her wisdom needed room to emerge. By stepping back, offering support without attachment to outcomes, he created conditions for trust. Paradoxically, his influence grew. She sought his advice voluntarily, making mistakes that built her resilience. Wu Wei here meant flowing with her growth rhythm, firm boundaries where needed, yielding where control was illusory, transforming their bond from tense to tender. Romantic relationships benefit similarly, where Wu Wei counters the exhaustion of managing a partner's emotions or behaviors. The video notes how craving specific expressions of love, demanding calls at certain times, or affection in preferred ways, turns care into dependency, adding resistance that strangles connection. Instead, Wu Wei encourages listening to the relationship's natural flow. Respond to what's offered without predetermining outcomes. For instance, when conflicts arise, forcing resolutions through elaborate arguments, as Maria initially did in work but could apply personally, inflames tensions. Flowing like water means exploring openings, shared values or mutual needs, while gently eroding opposition through patience. This yields deeper intimacy. Partners feel free, not caged, fostering voluntary closeness. The transcript's emphasis on trust in life's intelligence applies. Relationships have their own timing, forcing skips natural evolution, while Wu Wei allows organic deepening. Friendships and family dynamics follow suit, where Wu Wei dissolves the drain of overgiving or withdrawing. Resisting a friend's differing path by constantly advising creates unspoken resentment. Wu Wei means offering insights when invited, yielding space for their journey. In extended families, like holiday tensions, forcing harmony through control backfires. Yield to the flow by setting gentle boundaries, responding to moments rather than orchestrating them. The video's core: accomplish more by controlling less, as yielding builds genuine alliances. Transitioning to work, Wu Wei revolutionizes productivity by replacing frantic effort with responsive efficiency, especially in collaborative or uncertain environments. The transcript's example of Maria, the project manager, is instructive. Her initial battering ram approach to conflicts, logic, authority, determination exhausted her and alienated teams, yielding forced solutions nobody embraced. Embracing Wu Wei, she listened to understand the landscape, flowing around hard resistance by building on agreements, persisting patiently. This didn't mean avoiding decisions, it meant timing them wisely, speaking when openings appeared, silent when pushing would close them. Her influence expanded, teams felt valued, ideas implemented smoothly, and her energy sustained for leadership. Wu Wei in work discerns urgent from important. Delegate without micromanaging, adapt to changes without rage, as in Marcus's economic pivots. Resisting shifts drained him, flowing with them uncovered opportunities. Professional creativity thrives under Wu Wei, countering perfectionism's grip. The video references flow states in sports and music, applicable to tasks. a writer forcing words battles blocks, allowing ideas to emerge naturally, like a jazz improvisation, yields authentic output. In meetings, forcing agendas stifles innovation. Responding to group energy invites breakthroughs. The transcript warns of burnout from over-effort, like Jennifer's insomnia, where forcing rest eluded it, creating conditions, routines without pressure invited it. In careers, this means pursuing goals without desperate attachment. Apply effort aligned with openings, yield when paths close, trusting better ones emerge. Wu Wei integrates body awareness in both realms. Notice tension as forcing signals, gripped hands in arguments, shallow breath in deadlines, and soften into flow. This prevents the toll of resistance, preserving vitality for meaningful engagement. Challenges arise in applying Wu Wei habits. Die hard, but the video assures it's gradual. Start small, like yielding in minor conversations or tasks, building evidence of its power. Stories show paradoxes. Less control yields more influence. As David's daughter flourished in space, Maria's teams collaborated willingly. Wu Wei, in relationships and work, embodies the transcript's promise: peace by fighting less, accomplishment by forcing less. It shifts from clenched fists to open hands, inviting life's intelligence. Reflect. Where in your connections or career are you forcing, and how might yielding change the flow? This application paves the way for the farmer's story, where trusting life's unfolding exemplifies Wu Wei's depth. The farmer's story and trusting life's intelligence. The ancient story of the farmer, as shared in the transcript, serves as a timeless parable for Wu Wei, illustrating how trusting life's inherent intelligence, rather than resisting or overanalyzing every event, leads to a profound sense of peace and effectiveness. This narrative, rooted in Taoist wisdom but resonant with Buddhist non-resistance, challenges our modern compulsion to label experiences as good or bad, control outcomes, or waste energy on predictions. Instead, it invites a neutral, observant stance, engaging fully with what arises while holding lightly to judgments, allowing life's natural unfolding to reveal its own logic. The farmer's repeated refrain, "Maybe so, maybe not," we'll see embodies Wu Wei's core: presence without attachment, action without force, and trust that existence has a rhythm far wiser than our limited perspectives. By delving into this story's layers and its connections to broader teachings in the video, we uncover how cultivating such trust dissolves unnecessary suffering, frees energy for skillful response, and transforms uncertainty from a threat into an ally, applicable to relationships, personal struggles, and the unpredictable flow of daily life. The story begins simply. A farmer's horse runs away, prompting neighbors to express sympathy. "How terrible." The farmer responds calmly, "Maybe so, maybe not. We'll see." This initial event sets the tone for Wu Wei's essence: non-reactivity to apparent loss. In our lives, we often resist setbacks like this, spiraling into regret or blame. Why did this happen? What could I have done differently? Such mental churning adds the second arrow of suffering, exhausting us without altering facts. The farmer, however, embodies trust in life's intelligence. He cares for his horse, engaging actively, but doesn't amplify the pain with stories of misfortune. He yields to the unknown, recognizing that what seems like a clear negative may hold unseen potentials. This mirrors Water's lesson from earlier, flowing around obstacles without insistence, teaching us to meet disappointments with equanimity, conserving energy for what comes next, rather than dwelling on the unchangeable. The plot unfolds. The horse returns the next day, bringing 3 wild horses. Neighbors rush to congratulate. "How wonderful." Again, the farmer replies, "Maybe so, maybe not. We'll see." Here, Wu Wei cautions against premature elation or attachment to gains. In modern contexts, we might cling to windfalls, a promotion, a new relationship, projecting endless positivity, only to suffer when complications arise. The farmer's neutrality reflects Taoist harmony. Life's events are interconnected, beyond binary labels. Trusting this intelligence means holding blessings lightly, without greed or expectation. As the transcript notes, this prevents the resistance that turns joy into anxiety, fearing loss of the good. In work, like Marcus's business fluctuations, initial successes can breed overconfidence. Wu Wei's trust tempers this, allowing flexible adaptation. The farmer's stance fosters resilience. By not over-investing emotionally in highs, he remains centered for whatever follows, embodying the video's promise of peace through less fighting. Tragedy strikes next. The farmer's son breaks his leg riding a wild horse. Neighbors offer sympathy. How awful. The response remains unchanged. Maybe so, maybe not. We'll see. This moment highlights Wu Wei's wisdom in adversity. Resisting pain by labeling it awful or seeking blame intensifies suffering, as in Elena's initial reaction to her son's diagnosis, where denial drained her. The farmer, however, tends to his son's injury actively. Wu Wei isn't in action, but without mental proliferation, no why us, or catastrophic forecasting. He trusts life's timing. What appears devastating may serve a greater purpose. This aligns with the Buddha's impermanence. Events arise from conditions, not personal curses. In relationships, like Sarah's anxiety over her daughter, resisting potential harms spirals into control. Wu Wei's trust yields space for growth, accepting uncertainties as part of the flow. The farmer's equanimity prevents added torment, modeling how non-judgment preserves inner peace amid pain. The story culminates in reversal. Military officers conscript young men for a deadly war but pass over the farmer's injured son. Neighbors marvel, how fortunate. The farmer smiles. Maybe so, maybe not. We'll see. This twist reveals life's interconnected intelligence. The loss of the horse led to gain, the injury to salvation, defying simple categorizations. Wu Wei here is profound trust. Events unfold with logic often beyond our grasp, like dependent origination in Buddhism, where outcomes arise from webs of causes we can't fully map. Resisting this by demanding predictability exhausts us, as in James's crises, where this shouldn't happen compounded despair. The farmer's openness allows him to navigate without the drain of constant evaluation, freeing energy for presence. In daily life, this means responding to job rejections or breakups without final judgments, trusting doors close for unseen reasons, opening others. The video emphasizes this as breaking cycles of force, caring without controlling, as in David's parenting, where yielding built trust. The farmer's story integrates Wu Wei's elements: adaptability, flowing with events; humility, no ego in labeling, persistence, consistent presence, and flexibility, yielding to change. It counters conditioned responsibility as over-management caring means fixing everything, suggesting instead that strength lies in discernment. The transcript notes the farmer wasn't indifferent. He engaged searching for his horse, healing his son, but without attachment to how things should go. This trust in life's intelligence, often more creative than our plans, echoes nature's lessons. Rivers don't plan canyons but form them through flow. In inner struggles, like Thomas's thought attacks, resisting labels them bad. Wu Wei's trust observes them passing, ending amplification. Practically, embody this by adopting the farmer's mantra in uncertainties. Face a setback, delayed project, argument, and respond, maybe so, maybe not. We'll see. This interrupts resistance, fostering curiosity over fear. Journal events without judgments, noting unfolding surprises. In work, like Maria's conflicts, trust team dynamics over forcing agendas. In relationships, yield to others' paths. As the farmer did, his son's injury tend wounds without why spirals. Challenges in trusting arise from fear. What if it's truly bad? But the story shows even bad transforms. The video assures this trust emerges gradually. As evidence accumulates, yielded moments yield better outcomes. Wu Wei's trust dissolves the prison of prediction, opening spaciousness. This parable prepares for body awareness in Wu Wei, where softening tension mirrors the farmer's calm. Reflect. Where can you apply maybe so to trust life's flow? Embracing this, we move from fighting to dancing with existence's wisdom. Softening tension, body awareness in practice. The practice of Wu Wei extends deeply into the body, where physical tension often mirrors the mental resistance that blocks life's natural flow, and softening becomes a tangible way to embody effortless action. As the transcript guides, body awareness is a foundational tool for noticing where we're forcing gripped muscles, shallow breaths, or braced postures, and experimenting with release, not through collapse or carelessness, but a balanced yielding that aligns with nature's intelligence. This isn't about achieving a perfect, relaxed state, but cultivating sensitivity to somatic signals, treating the body as a wise teacher that reveals places of unnecessary effort. By scanning for tension and gently softening, we interrupt the cycle of resistance, freeing energy for responsive living rather than rigid control. Drawing from the video's invitations to notice physical bracing and stories like Jennifer's insomnia or the farmer's equanimity, this practice transforms abstract philosophy into embodied experience, where the middle way between tightness and looseness emerges naturally, leading to greater clarity, creativity, and peace in daily challenges. At the core of this practice is recognizing that the body holds the imprints of mental forcing, as the transcript describes. Shoulders braced against invisible weights, jaws clenched for fights not happening, hands fisted around unsolvable problems. These are physical manifestations of Wu Wei's opposites: rigidity where flow is needed, effort where yielding would suffice. The video invites a simple scan. Right now, as you read, notice where tension resides. Is your brow furrowed in concentration, or your stomach knotted from unspoken worries? This awareness echoes the farmer's neutral observation: neither ignoring nor overreacting to events but applied inwardly. Tension signals misalignment with life's rhythms. Like water dammed, energy stagnates, leading to exhaustion. Softening, then, is Wu Wei in action, releasing the dam breath by breath, allowing flow to resume without force. This doesn't mean becoming limp. It's the intelligent adjustment of a tree bending in wind, firm roots, flexible branches. Begin with guided body awareness, as suggested in the transcript. Take a moment to sit comfortably. Close your eyes if it feels right, and scan from head to toe. Start at the crown. Notice any tightness in the scalp or forehead, perhaps from overthinking. Gently invite softening. Imagine warm water melting the tension, or exhale with intention to release. Move to the jaw and throat. Are they clenched against unspoken words, as in replaying arguments? Soften by parting lips slightly, letting the tongue rest. This practice interrupts mental loops. Physical release signals the nervous system that no threat exists, reducing the feedback that amplifies anxiety. The video ties this to everyday resistance. In traffic, gripped wheel heightens frustration. Softening hands eases the mind's grip on this shouldn't be. Progress to shoulders and chest, common holders of emotional bracing from past burdens, like the parent worrying at midnight. The transcript notes shoulders carrying arguments from last week. Scan for this weight, then roll them gently, exhaling to let go. Feel the chest. Is breathing shallow, guarding against vulnerability? Deepen inhales, expanding like a river, widening, inviting space for emotions without fight. This embodies Wu Wei's water lesson. Tension is like ice blocking flow. Softening melts it, allowing movement. In Jennifer's insomnia, forcing sleep tensed her body, worsening wakefulness. Awareness of this tightness, followed by gentle routines, soft lighting, no clock, watching invited rest. Practically, when noticing chest constriction during conflicts, pause, breathe into it, and respond from openness rather than defense. Continue scanning to the abdomen and hips, seats of instinctual fears, stomach tight with anticipated failures, hips rigid from unprocessed change. The video describes this as low-level bracing against life. Soften by placing a hand on the belly, feeling it rise and fall with breath, releasing the knot. This grounds Wu Wei. The body, like earth receiving water, becomes fertile when not hardened. In work, like Maria's initial arguments, hip tension signaled forceful stance. Softening allowed her to listen, flowing around opposition. Extend to legs and feet. Are they restless, ready to flee discomfort? Ground them, imagining roots into earth, stability without rigidity, like the farmer tending his land without fretting outcomes. This scan isn't one time. Integrated daily, morning to set intention, evening to release accumulations. The transcript emphasizes experimenting. Notice tension in a challenging conversation, fists forming and soften, observing shifts. Often, mental clarity follows. Solutions emerge when not gripped. This practice reveals Wu Wei's paradox. Softening uncovers strength. Energy wasted in tension redirects creatively, as in David's parenting, where unclenching control fostered his daughter's independence. Challenges arise. Habitual tightness feels protective, softening vulnerable. Start small, one body part per day, building trust as release brings relief. The video assures this trains the nervous system. Repeated softening teaches safety and flow, not force. Tie to breath. Inhale awareness. Exhale release like wind softening branches. Advanced practice. Apply in motion walking. Notice braced gait. Soften into fluid steps, embodying water's adaptability. In relationships, scan during interactions. Tension in voice signals forcing. Soften for authentic response. In work, before decisions, check body tightness warns of over-effort. Yield for wiser action. Body awareness in Wu Wei bridges inner-outer worlds. Physical softening mirrors mental, as the farmer's calm body reflected trusting mind. The transcript notes this as finding the middle way firm enough to hold, gentle to not damage, like cupping a butterfly. This practice culminates in effortless being. Tension softens naturally. Flow becomes default. Stories show. Jennifer slept easier, yielding to wakefulness. The farmer navigated fortunes without strain. Reflect. Where does your body signal forcing? Softening invites Wu Wei's gift, life's intelligence flowing through, unblocked. Loving without clinging, non-attachment, and the middle way. Misunderstandings of non-attachment. One of the most pervasive barriers to embracing Buddhist wisdom is the widespread misunderstanding of non-attachment, a concept that, when misconstrued, can seem cold, distant, or even antithetical to a fulfilling life. As the transcript clarifies, non-attachment isn't about emotional shutdown, indifference, or caring less about people and experiences. Rather, it's a form of emotional intelligence that allows us to love more freely, without the possessive grip that often strangles what we cherish. This teaching, central to the Buddha's path, gets distorted in modern interpretations, where it's imagined as a stoic detachment that rejects vulnerability or connection. In reality, non-attachment is the art of holding life lightly, like an open hand cradling a bird, enjoying its presence without caging its spirit, enabling deeper engagement while avoiding the suffering born from clinging to impermanent things. By unpacking these misconceptions through the video's explanations, Zen stories, and examples like Sarah's mother-daughter dynamic or the monk's river crossing, we reveal non-attachment as a gateway to authentic relationships, self-acceptance, and genuine compassion, transforming it from a perceived obstacle into a liberating practice. The primary misunderstanding portrays non-attachment as emotional numbness, a state where one becomes aloof or robotic, suppressing feelings to avoid pain. The transcript directly counters this. Real non-attachment isn't about caring less, it's about loving more freely without the strangling grip of possession and control. Far from rejecting emotions, it invites feeling them fully, but without making happiness dependent on their permanence. In a culture that equates passion with intensity, often confusing love with dependency, this can seem counterintuitive. We fear that letting go means losing connection, yet the opposite holds. Attachment's demands create barriers, while non-attachment fosters openness. Consider the Zen story of the master carrying a woman across a river. He helps her fully, then releases the act completely without internal conflict. The student, attached to monastic vows, carries mental judgment for hours, suffering needlessly. This illustrates non-attachment as engagement without residue, acting from presence, not ego-driven stories. Misinterpreting it as avoidance misses the point. The master was compassionate and involved, but free from clinging to the event's meaning. Another common distortion views non-attachment as selfishness or lack of commitment, especially in relationships, where it's seen as an excuse for emotional unavailability. The video dismantles this by comparing it to holding a bird. In an open palm, it may stay, enjoying safety. In a cage, even golden, its spirit dies. Attachment masquerades as love, but demands conformity, needing partners to behave specifically for our security, like constant affirmations or aligned choices. This isn't caring, it's control disguised as devotion, leading to exhaustion for both. Sarah's story exemplifies this misunderstanding. Attached to being central in her adult daughter's life, she suffered when daily calls became weekly, feeling rejected despite unchanged love. Her clinging to a fixed form of connection, daily involvement, blinded her to evolving expressions, thoughtful postcards, care packages, shared stories of independence. Believing non-attachment meant loving less, Sarah initially resisted. Understanding it as skillful loving, she became curious about the relationship's new shape, celebrating change rather than mourning it. This shift required grieving old roles, but yielded freedom, deeper alliance without strangulation, proving non-attachment enhances commitment by allowing natural growth. Workplace misconceptions frame non-attachment as apathy towards success or recognition, fearing it leads to underachievement. The transcript refutes this. It's not disinterest in outcomes, but releasing the exhausting need to control how they're received. Michael, the software developer attached to being the smartest, argued even when wrong to protect his image, damaging collaborations and effectiveness. This ego clinging created constant stress, needing credit, fearing failure, mirroring attachment's toll. Practicing non-attachment didn't diminish his work ethic. It freed him to listen, incorporate ideas, and focus on team success. Paradoxically, respect grew. Colleagues trusted his solution-oriented approach over ego defense. Non-attachment here means doing your best without self-worth, hinging on results, preparing a presentation thoroughly, delivering authentically, then releasing it without obsession over reception. Misunderstanding it as not caring ignores its wisdom. Outcomes depend on interdependent factors. Attaching to them breeds anxiety, while holding lightly preserves clarity. Self-concept attachments breed further distortions. Viewing non-attachment as denying identity or ambition, we cling to labels: the strong one, the successful one, resisting anything challenging them, like mistakes or vulnerability. The video's Zen master story counters this. Tripping and spilling water, he laughs, delighted to remember his clumsiness alongside wisdom. Attached to a graceful image, he could have been embarrassed. Non-attached, he embraces wholeness. This isn't self-abnegation, but holding identity lightly, making errors without worth crumbling, facing criticism without defensiveness. Misinterpreting it as erasing self overlooks its liberation. We become fully human, not performative versions. In aging, resisting wrinkles clings to youth. Non-attachment appreciates evolving beauty. Cultural lenses exacerbate misunderstandings, equating attachment with virtue, loyalty as possession, caring as worry. The transcript notes, this leads to energy-draining jobs, changing others, managing perceptions. Non-attachment frees this. Speak truth without needing agreement. Set boundaries from clarity, not reactivity. In the workplace monk-student dynamic, attachment to proper behavior creates conflict. Non-attachment allows flexible response. To dispel misconceptions, the video offers direct experience. Recall something gripped tightly, a changing relationship, and notice body tension. Imagine holding like a soap bubble, appreciating without crushing. This reveals connection deepens in freedom. People stay when not controlled. Goals manifest without desperation. Non-attachment isn't loss but availability, more present when not managing outcomes. Ultimately, misunderstandings stem from fear. Without attachment, life feels empty. Yet, the transcript assures it opens to genuine compassion, supporting without fixing, as in not needing to solve friends' problems but listening fully. This gradual practice, notice clinging, soften gently, trains the nervous system. Safety and flow, not grip. Non-attachment, rightly understood, is love's maturity, caring deeply while trusting impermanence. Stories show it brings closeness, attachment repels. This clears the path for holding lightly in relationships, where non-attachment fosters true intimacy. Holding lightly in relationships. Non-attachment in relationships revolutionizes how we connect with others, shifting from possessive clinging to a gentle, open-handed embrace that allows love to flourish without constraint. As the transcript elucidates, this practice means caring deeply while releasing the need for relationships to conform to fixed expectations or forms, recognizing that true intimacy arises when we hold people lightly enough for them to be themselves. It's the difference between caging a bird to keep its body close and opening your palm to let it choose to stay, enjoying its freedom as part of the bond. In a world where attachment often disguises itself as devotion, demanding specific behaviors, expressions, or roles for our security, holding lightly invites curiosity about what connections can become, rather than mourning what they are not. Through the video's Zen stories, like the monk and the woman at the river, and examples such as Sarah's evolving dynamic with her daughter or the student complaining about monastery life, we see how this approach dissolves exhaustion from trying to manage others, fostering healthier, more vibrant relationships where love flows freely, unburdened by control. At the heart of holding lightly is the understanding that relationships are impermanent and evolving, much like everything in life, and clinging to static ideals only creates suffering for all involved. The transcript emphasizes that attachment in relationships isn't love, but dependency, needing partners, children, or friends to act in ways that make us feel secure, complete, or valued. This manifests as subtle demands, expecting daily calls from adult children, requiring romantic gestures on schedule, or wishing friends were more reliable, which stem from fear of loss or change. When unmet, these expectations lead to feelings of rejection or abandonment, not because love has diminished, but because we're attached to a particular expression of it. Sarah's story illustrates this poignantly. As her daughter moved across the country for work, Sarah resisted the change, mourning the loss of being needed through frequent contact. She interpreted fewer calls as diminished affection, suffering immensely from this attachment to an outdated role. Her pain wasn't from the distance, but from clinging to the form love should take, blinding her to new manifestations, postcards with heartfelt notes, care packages, or conversations about how her parenting fostered independence. By holding lightly, releasing the need for centrality, and becoming curious about the relationship's evolution, Sarah grieved the transition, but discovered a richer connection, from essential provider to trusted ally. This shift didn't reduce her love, it deepened it, allowing space for mutual growth without the strangling grip of expectation. The Zen story of the master and student at the river further clarifies holding lightly in action. The master carries the woman across, an act of pure compassion, then continues without carrying the mental weight. No story, no conflict with vows, no lingering attachment to the deed. The student, however, clings to judgment, suffering hours later from his rigid interpretation of rules. This parable shows attachment as the source of relational discord. We often carry past interactions forward, replaying them with should-haves or expectations, preventing presence. Holding lightly means engaging fully in the moment, helping, loving, conflicting, then releasing without residue. In friendships, this avoids the drain of wishing others were different, more communicative, less flaky, or perfectly aligned. The transcript's example of the student complaining about noisy monks highlights this. Attached to an ideal of peace through changing others, he suffers. The master points to the oak tree, which doesn't demand gentler wind or softer rain, but flows with weather, growing steadily. Applying this, hold friends lightly by accepting their traits without the exhausting project of reform. Offer support when asked. Set boundaries from clarity, not reactivity. This doesn't mean tolerating harm. Non-attachment includes wisdom to discern healthy distance, but from compassion, not resentment. In romantic partnerships, holding lightly counters the toxicity of codependency, where one absorbs the other's moods or takes responsibility for their happiness. Attachment here demands reciprocity in specific ways. If you love me, you'll express it like this. The video warns this energy, constantly monitoring, adjusting, pleasing, creates pure suffering, as in needing a partner to be more romantic or understanding. Holding lightly means loving without conditions, appreciating what's given without strangling with desperation. When vulnerability arises, resist the urge to hide weaknesses for fear of loss. Non-attachment trusts the bond's resilience. The transcript notes this paradox. Releasing the need for control often draws people closer, as they feel safe from manipulation. For couples like Sarah and Michael in a later example, though focused differently, attachment to roles absorber of stress versus emotional distancer breeds loneliness. Holding lightly invites differentiation, connected yet individual, supporting without merging identities. Family dynamics, especially parent-child, benefit immensely from this practice. Attachment to being the fixer or the center resists children's independence, as in David's micromanaging or Sarah's clinging. Holding lightly means celebrating their paths, even when diverging. Guide without gripping, love without owning. The video's oak tree metaphor applies. Don't change the weather, others' choices, flow with it. This fosters trust. Children feel empowered, parents relieved from impossible responsibilities. Work relationships also transform. Attached to recognition, we resist feedback or compete. Holding lightly focuses on contribution without ego. Michael's story shows arguing to seem smart damaged ties. Releasing this allowed collaborative flow, earning genuine respect. Practically, cultivate holding lightly through awareness. Notice when gripping arises body tension in conversations, mental needs, lists, and soften. Visualize relationships as soap bubbles. Appreciate beauty without crushing. In conflicts, speak truth without needing agreement. In joys, savor without fearing end. The transcript assures this gradual. Slips occur, but each release trains freedom, safety in adaptability, not control. Holding lightly doesn't diminish bonds. It enriches them, more available for what's unfolding, less spent on management. Stories prove. Sarah's alliance deepened, the master's compassion unburdened. This practice leads to balance between extremes, where non-attachment's wisdom shines in daily love, finding balance between extremes. The middle way, a cornerstone of Buddhist teaching, offers a practical path for navigating life's polarities, avoiding the pitfalls of extremes like excessive control on one side and complete disengagement on the other. As the transcript describes, this balance isn't a bland compromise, but a dynamic equilibrium, the right effort that responds skillfully to each moment's needs, much like a skilled musician attuned to the music's flow rather than forcing rigid notes. In relationships, work, and personal growth, swinging to extremes creates unnecessary suffering. Over-controlling leads to burnout and resentment, while withdrawal fosters isolation and stagnation. The middle way, by contrast, cultivates sustainable engagement, caring deeply without clutching, acting decisively without frenzy, and maintaining presence without overwhelm. Through stories like Jennifer's parenting struggles, Robert's work cycles, and Sarah and Michael's relational dynamics, the video illustrates how finding this balance transforms chaos into harmony, drawing on the Buddha's wisdom to hold opposing truths: commitment and freedom, effort and ease, connection and individuality. This section explores the middle way as the antidote to binary thinking, where true strength emerges from flexible responsiveness, applicable to daily challenges for greater well-being and effectiveness. At its essence, the middle way rejects all or nothing approaches, advocating for a nuanced path that the Buddha discovered after extremes of luxury and asceticism failed to yield lasting peace. The transcript frames this as not too tight, not too loose, a responsive attunement where effort aligns with what the situation requires, avoiding the suffering of rigidity or laxity. In modern life, extremes abound. The perfectionist who pushes relentlessly, fearing laziness, versus the avoidant who disengages, fearing failure. Both stem from misunderstanding balance as weakness. Yet, the middle way is courageous, staying open when tempted to shut down, engaging without obsession. This echoes Wu Wei's flow. Like water neither crashing violently nor stagnating, it moves with intelligent grace. The Buddha's right effort is key, energized yet relaxed, present without strain. Where body signals guide tense urgency indicates effort, numbness signals withdrawal. Parenting vividly demonstrates finding balance, as in Jennifer's experience with her son Marcus, swinging between over-controlled strict rules, constant monitoring and permissiveness allowing chaos without guidance, Jennifer exhausted herself and confused Marcus. Over-control, born from fear of mistakes, created rebellion and resentment. Permissiveness, from avoiding conflict, led to boundary, less disorder. The transcript notes this as extremes failing to provide security. Marcus needed guidance, yet space. Jennifer's transformation came through the middle way. Honest conversations, setting expectations with involvement, firm consistency in boundaries without anger, acknowledgement of good choices without overpraise. This held two truths, needing structure and fostering independence, resulting in Marcus feeling supported and trusted, motivating responsible risks. Jennifer learned to care without managing every detail, embodying right effort, engaged but not frantic, responsive but not reactive. This balance reduced her anxiety, strengthening their bond, proving the middle way nurtures growth for both parent and child. In work, the middle way counters cycles of workaholism and disengagement, promoting sustainable performance. Robert, the small business owner, exemplified this swing. Manic 16-hour days during busyness, convinced total dedication prevented failure, followed by crashes of complete withdrawal, unable to decide simply. His employees faced inconsistency, the overbearing leader or absent one, mirroring how extremes undermine effectiveness. Workaholism, attached to achievement as worth, led to burnout and poor judgment. Disengagement, fearing overload, neglected opportunities. The turning point, as the video describes, was a crisis wife's ultimatum. Employees quit, prompting coaching on the middle way. Robert learned to distinguish urgent from important, delegate without micromanaging, and maintain consistent energy, focused intensity in work hours, true release with family. This right effort held contradictions, commitment to business and personal boundaries, improving decisions and leadership. His presence in both domains enhanced each, showing balance as energized alertness, not frantic push or deflated pull. Romantic relationships often suffer extremes of codependency and isolation, where the middle way fosters differentiated intimacy. Sarah absorbed Michael's work stress, fixing his moods at her expense. Michael shut down, prioritizing independence over vulnerability. Codependency lost self in the other. Isolation built walls against closeness. Both left them lonely despite proximity. The transcript's loving boundaries practice bridged this. Sarah cared without making his emotions her project, listening compassionately without solving. Michael shared vulnerabilities, seeing them as strength in connection. This middle way, connected yet distinct, allowed mutual influence without loss of center, support without sacrifice. They discovered intimacy as being fully oneself, while open to being known, transforming disconnection into depth. Emotional regulation benefits similarly. Extremes of suppression, pushing feelings away, or indulgence, drowning in them, amplify suffering. The middle way observes emotions as information, feeling fully without being controlled. In anxiety, like Sarah's, spiraling over-engagement, paralyzed, ignoring, disengagement, let it fester. Balance, acknowledge without feeding, responding wisely. Practically, cultivate the middle way through body cues. Tension signals, excess effort, rigid control. deflation indicates withdrawal, avoidance. Imagine approaching challenges with right amount engaged, yet relaxed, and notice somatic shift. Relaxed alertness, like a cat, watchful but at ease. The video suggests moment-to-moment attunement. Ask, what does this require? Offer without depleting, receive without demanding. In spiritual practice, avoid turning growth into performance, extreme effort, or dabbling disengagement. Consistent, gentle engagement yields transformation. The transcript assures this isn't mechanical but intuitive, like jazz right note at right time. Challenges. Extremes feel safer. Control protects. Withdrawal avoids. But middle way's courage develops through practice, as stories show. Jennifer's consistency built trust. Robert's boundaries enhanced productivity. This balance extends to all. Fix without obsession, grow without perfectionism. The middle way is life's dance, graceful responsiveness, where peace doesn't depend on calm. Stories prove balance turns extremes, suffering into sustainable joy. This prepares for right effort in challenges, where the middle way's wisdom shines. Right effort in daily challenges. Right effort, a vital aspect of the Buddha's Noble Eightfold Path, represents the balanced energy we apply to life's daily challenges, ensuring our actions are neither overly strenuous nor negligently lax, but precisely attuned to what each moment demands. As the transcript explains, this isn't about forcing perfection or avoiding effort altogether. It's the intelligent application of right amount of engagement, energized and focused without frenzy, responsive without reactivity, that prevents the exhaustion of extremes and cultivates sustainable progress. In the context of non-attachment and the middle way, right effort becomes the practical bridge for navigating obstacles like emotional upheavals, relational conflicts, or professional setbacks, where we learn to distinguish productive action from wasteful struggle. Through body awareness and moment-to-moment discernment, as highlighted in the video's examples of Jennifer's parenting, Robert's business management, and the broader call to scan for tension, right effort transforms daily hurdles into opportunities for growth, maintaining a state of relaxed alertness that aligns with Wu Wei's flow. This section delves into applying right effort practically, drawing from the teachings to show how it fosters resilience, clarity, and peace amid the inevitable difficulties of everyday life. The essence of right effort lies in its dynamic nature, not a fixed formula, but a skillful attunement, like a jazz musician listening and responding to the ensemble, playing the exact note needed without overplaying or holding back. The transcript describes this as not too tight, not too loose, where excessive effort feels like swimming against a riptide, tense, urgent, and draining, while insufficient effort leads to disconnection or avoidance, like floating aimlessly. In daily challenges, right effort means bringing full presence to tasks or emotions without the added weight of perfectionism or procrastination. For instance, when facing anxiety before an important event, resisting it with forced positivity, too tight, amplifies the fear, while ignoring it, too loose, lets it fester underground. Right effort observes the anxiety mindfully, acknowledging it without spiraling, perhaps through gentle breathing or reflection, allowing it to pass while preparing effectively. This balanced approach conserves energy, turning potential overwhelm into manageable action as the Buddha taught in distinguishing wholesome from unwholesome states, nurturing awareness, compassion, and wisdom, while abandoning greed, hatred, and delusion. Body awareness serves as the primary guide for right effort, revealing when we've veered into extremes through physical cues that mirror mental states. The video invites a direct practice. Bring to mind a challenge, like a strained relationship or looming deadline, and imagine approaching it with excessive force, pushing, controlling every detail. Notice the body's response, shoulders tensing, breath shallowing, a sense of strain signaling unsustainability. Then envision complete withdrawal, giving up, checking out, and feel the deflation, disconnection, or subtle avoidance tension. Finally, picture the middle way, engaged but not frantic, caring but not obsessive. The body often responds with relaxed alertness, open posture, natural breathing, a flow state where effort feels invigorating rather than depleting. This somatic feedback, as the transcript notes, becomes our compass. Tension warns of over-effort, numbness of under-effort, guiding us back to balance. In Jennifer's parenting, right effort meant scanning for her body's signals, tightness during strict rule enforcement, too much control, or heaviness in permissiveness, too little, and adjusting to firm yet flexible guidance, involving Marcus in rules without dominating. Applying right effort to emotional challenges prevents the amplification of pain into suffering, aligning with the Four Noble Truths by meeting difficulties without added resistance. When grief arises, like Lisa's after her mother's death, excessive effort might involve suppressing tears or forcing positivity, leading to numbness. Too little could mean wallowing indefinitely. Right effort feels the sorrow fully, perhaps journaling or sharing, while gently redirecting toward healing actions, like honoring memories without clinging. The transcript emphasizes this as energized even in difficulty, where the body remains relatively relaxed, breathing steady, and a sense of flow persists. For anxiety, like Sarah's over her daughter, right effort pauses the worry loops through awareness, noticing the stomach knot, softening it with breath, then responding wisely, a compassionate check-in without control. This interrupts catastrophic thinking, channeling energy into presence rather than prediction, ending unnecessary spirals. In relational conflicts, right effort navigates between aggressive confrontation and passive avoidance, fostering resolution through balanced engagement. Consider a disagreement with a partner. Too much effort argues relentlessly to win, breeding resentment. Too little withdraws, letting issues fester. The middle way listens actively, expresses needs clearly without demanding agreement, and yields when escalation looms, perhaps suggesting a pause for reflection. The videos Sarah and Michael exemplify this. Sarah's codependent fixing, over effort, and Michael's shutdown, under effort, isolated them. Right effort meant Sarah offering support without absorbing stress, Michael sharing vulnerabilities without fear. This held space for mutual growth, where effort felt collaborative, not combative. Practically, scan the body during talks. Chest tightness signals defensiveness, too tight. Disinterest numbness, too loose. Soften into openness, speaking from clarity. Work demands right effort to sustain high performance without burnout, distinguishing urgent tasks from important ones. Robert's manic phases, 16-hour days, and crashes highlight extremes. Over-effort, diminished returns through exhaustion; under-effort, neglected responsibilities. Right effort involved daily prioritization, focused work blocks, balanced with rest, where body cues guided. Strain meant scaling back. Lethargy meant re-engaging. The transcript describes this as sustainable high performance, caring about quality without perfectionism, paralysis, collaborating without losing voice. In meetings, right effort contributes thoughtfully without dominating or withholding, responding to the group's energy, like jazz attunement. Spiritual or personal growth challenges benefit from right effort, avoiding the trap of turning practice into another achievement. Excessive meditation might become performative, chasing enlightenment. Laxity dabbles without depth. Balance shows up regularly, short daily sessions, observing mind without stress. The video warns against fixing everything immediately, over, or ignoring needs. Under, ask, what does this moment require? Offer without depletion. To practice, integrate body scans. In challenges, notice sensations, adjust to middle energized flow. The transcripts exercise. Visualize extremes, then balance, feeling the shift. This builds intuition. Right effort feels natural, sustainable. Challenges, cultural praise for extremes, hustle as virtue, rest as laziness, makes balance feel inadequate. Start small, one challenge daily, noting improvements. Stories prove. Jennifer's consistency motivated Marcus. Robert's boundaries boosted leadership. Right effort doesn't mean effortless perfection, but courageous adjustment, staying engaged when tempted to extremes. This leads to compassion with boundaries, where effort supports loving without clinging. Compassion and boundaries in love. Compassion and boundaries in love form the harmonious interplay that allows relationships to thrive without the pitfalls of enmeshment or detachment, embodying the middle way where we care deeply for others' well-being while honoring our own limits. As the transcript articulates, true compassion isn't about rescuing or absorbing someone else's pain, but holding space for their experience with empathy, recognizing that each person's journey is their own to navigate. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent to suffering. It means offering support without taking responsibility for outcomes we can't control, much like providing a lighthouse in a storm, guiding without trying to calm the waves. In love, boundaries are the loving structures that protect this compassion from burnout, ensuring it's sustainable and genuine. Through stories like Janet's with her depressed daughter, Rebecca's nursing compassion, or the broader call to release the exhausting work of managing other people's experiences, the video shows how this balance frees us from codependency, fostering healthier connections where love flows without strangulation. This section explores how non-attachment enhances compassion, the role of boundaries in preventing resentment, and practical ways to cultivate this equilibrium, where the middle way turns love from a burden into a liberating force. At the core of compassion in love is the understanding that it's not synonymous with fixing or eliminating pain, but with being present for it without ownership. The transcript introduces compassion without rescue. Rooted in dependent origination, each person's struggles arise from complex webs of conditions beyond our full influence. Clinging to the role of savior, as in attachment's demand to make loved ones happy, often robs them of growth and depletes us. Janet's story exemplifies this. Her adult daughter's depression prompted endless efforts researching treatments, finding therapists, relocating closer, all from loving intentions but crossing into rescue, making her daughter feel like a broken project rather than a capable individual. This over-involvement stemmed from misunderstanding compassion as total responsibility, leading to Janet's exhaustion and her daughter's hindered self-reliance. The shift came with non-attachment. Accepting the depression's multifaceted causes, genetics, trauma, life stresses, Janet released the need to cure, focusing on presence, listening without solutions, encouraging her daughter's exploration of healing. This boundary preserved Janet's energy, allowing authentic support. Her daughter opened up more, building confidence in navigating her path. Compassion here became empowering, seeing wholeness in struggle, not fragility needing fix. Boundaries in love are the compassionate safeguards that prevent empathy from turning into self-sacrifice, ensuring relationships remain mutual rather than one-sided. The video stresses that boundaries aren't walls of rejection but expressions of self-respect, like the oak tree accepting rain without drowning in it. Without them, love becomes codependent, absorbing moods, solving problems unasked, leading to resentment and burnout, as in Sarah's initial absorption of her partner's stress, feeling responsible for his happiness while neglecting her own. Boundaries mean saying no from love. I care about your pain, but I can't carry it for you. This aligns with the middle way, engaged without enmeshment, supportive without depletion. For Rebecca, the nurse witnessing daily tragedies, boundaries transformed her work. Initially carrying every loss home, believing compassion required boundless giving, she burned out. Learning to set emotional limits, feeling sadness without guilt for systemic failures, she focused on what she could offer: steady presence, not perfection. This didn't lessen her care, it sustained it, making her more effective as patients felt genuinely held, not burdened by her unspoken exhaustion. In romantic love, compassion with boundaries counters extremes of fusion and isolation, fostering intimacy through differentiation, connected hearts with individual space. The transcripts Sarah and Michael illustrate. Sarah's codependent empathy, no boundaries, made her his emotional buffer, losing herself. Michael's isolation, rigid boundaries, avoided vulnerability. Balance emerged in loving boundaries. Sarah listened compassionately without fixing, setting limits on how much stress she absorbed. Michael opened up, bounding his independence with shared vulnerability. This held love's dual truths, interdependence and autonomy, allowing conflicts to resolve without escalation, joys to deepen without dependency. Practically, when a partner's bad day tempts rescue, offer empathy. That sounds tough without solutions unless asked, bounding your role to witness, not savior. Familial love, especially parent-child, demands boundaries to prevent compassion from becoming control. David's micromanaging of his daughter, under the guise of caring, lacked boundaries. His fears overrode her agency. The middle way, compassionate guidance with space for mistakes, as in setting clear expectations while trusting her path. For adult children, like Sarah's daughter, boundaries mean releasing the need to be central, offering advice when sought, not imposed. This compassion sees their struggles as growth opportunities, not failures to prevent, freeing parents from guilt and children from pressure. Friendships thrive when boundaries protect compassion from overextension, caring for a friend's unwise choices without convincing them otherwise, unless harm imminent. The video's Zen student, attached to changing noisy monks, suffered. The master advised tree, like acceptance flow with weather without demand. Boundaries here: express needs kindly, but don't make peace dependent on others' change. Professional compassion, like Rebecca's, requires boundaries to sustain empathy amid suffering. In helping roles therapy, teaching right effort bounds giving, care without carrying clients' pain home. This non-attachment to outcomes, doing your best without needing success for validation, prevents depletion. Practically cultivate this. Scan body for tension. When compassion tempts overreach, chest tightness signals absorption. Set boundaries verbally. I care, and here's what I can offer. In love, practice metta, wish well-being without conditions. For breakups or losses, compassionate boundaries mean grieving without clinging to what-ifs, holding space for pain without self-blame. Challenges. Boundaries feel selfish initially, compassion boundless as virtuous. Start small, one no daily from love. Stories show Janet's release empowered her daughter, Rebecca's limits enhanced care. This balance turns love sustainable giving from fullness, not emptiness. Compassion with boundaries isn't limitation but liberation. Love without exhaustion, empathy without erasure. It embodies non-attachment, caring fully while trusting others' paths. This concludes the chapter, preparing for embracing change in the next. Word count 1009. Do you want me to continue writing the next section? Chapter 5, Section 1. The Illusion of Control and Dependent Origination. The user provided the current date as August 04, 2025 and listed tools, but this query is continuing the book writing, so no tools are needed. The response is the section content. The user said, Chapter 4, Section 5, Compassion and Boundaries in Love. I need to write that section, around 1,000 words, in English, closely tied to the transcript. End with word count and ask for the next. Chapter 5, Section 1. The Illusion of Control and Dependent Origination. No function calls or render components needed here. Chapter 4. Loving without clinging. Non-attachment and the middle way. Section 5. Compassion and Boundaries in Love. Compassion and boundaries in love represent the delicate equilibrium that sustains relationships, allowing us to offer empathy and support without losing ourselves in the process or overstepping into control. As the transcript elucidates, genuine compassion isn't about eliminating another's pain or taking it upon ourselves, but about being present with their experience, acknowledging their capacity to navigate it, while boundaries ensure this giving remains healthy and reciprocal. This isn't a contradiction. Compassion without boundaries leads to burnout and resentment, while boundaries without compassion become cold walls. Instead, it's the middle way, loving with an open heart that knows its limits, like a tree providing shade without depleting its roots. The video's stories, such as Janet's with her depressed daughter, Rebecca's in nursing, and the call to release the exhausting work of managing other people's experiences, illustrate how this balance frees love from codependency, fostering connections where both parties grow. Rooted in non-attachment, this approach recognizes interdependent conditions in others' lives, offering support without rescue, transforming love from a burden to a source of mutual strength and freedom. True compassion in love begins with the wisdom that we cannot and should not shield loved ones from all suffering, as this robs them of resilience and autonomy. The transcript introduces compassion without rescue, drawing from dependent origination. Each person's challenges arise from a vast web of causes: upbringing, biochemistry, choices, circumstances we can't fully unravel or fix. Attempting to do so out of attached love creates suffering for everyone. The rescuer depletes themselves. The rescued feels diminished. Janet's story captures this. Her daughter's depression prompted a flurry of actions, researching therapies, sending packages, moving closer, all from deep care but crossing into over-responsibility. Janet's compassion became entangled with attachment, needing to alleviate the pain to feel okay herself, making her daughter a project rather than a whole person. This led to exhaustion for Janet and pressure for her daughter, who began avoiding sharing to spare her mother's worry. The shift to bounded compassion didn't mean caring less. It meant trusting her daughter's inner resources. Janet learned to listen without immediate solutions, encourage self-exploration, and be present for struggles without owning them. This boundary, "I love you and support your path, but your healing is yours," empowered her daughter to build coping skills, while Janet preserved her energy. The result was deeper openness. Her daughter shared more freely, feeling seen as capable, not fragile. Compassion here became a healing force, reminding us that loving means believing in others' wholeness, even in pain. Boundaries in love are the compassionate frameworks that protect empathy from becoming self-sacrifice, ensuring relationships remain equitable and nourishing. The video stresses that boundaries aren't rejection, but acts of self-love that enable sustained giving, like a riverbank guiding water's flow without stopping it. Without them, compassion turns codependent, absorbing emotions, solving unasked problems, leading to resentment as one person carries the load. Rebecca's nursing experience highlights this. Witnessing patient deaths and family grief, she initially lacked boundaries, carrying every story home, believing true compassion meant boundless empathy. This attached approach, feeling she should prevent all pain, resulted in burnout, exhaustion, self-blame for systemic limits, diminished effectiveness. Boundaries transformed her. Accepting she couldn't save everyone, she set emotional limits, processing grief at work, focusing on presence over perfection. This didn't harden her, it sustained her compassion, making her a steadier support. Patients and families sensed this feeling, held by her groundedness, not overwhelmed by her unprocessed pain. In love, boundaries mean communicating needs clearly. "I care about your struggle, but I need space to recharge." For romantic partners, this prevents enmeshment, sharing burdens without one becoming the other's therapist. In familial love, boundaries temper compassion to avoid control, as in Sarah's anxiety over her daughter. Compassion drove her worry, but without boundaries, it became invasive, constant check-ins, unsolicited advice straining the bond. The middle way, express concern, bounded by respect for autonomy, like offering help when requested. This non-attached compassion trusts the loved one's path, reducing the parent's guilt and the child's burden. For siblings or extended family, boundaries prevent over-involvement in dramas. Empathize without mediating every conflict, preserving peace. Friendships require similar balance. Compassion for a friend's poor choices without becoming their fixer. The transcript warns of attachment's trap, needing them to choose right for our comfort, leading to controlling advice. Bounded compassion: listen fully, offer perspective if asked, but release outcomes. This middle way avoids drain, care without carrying their load home. Professional or communal love, like Rebecca's, demands boundaries to sustain empathy amid ongoing suffering. In volunteering or mentoring, right effort bounds giving, help without depleting, recognizing limits as compassionate self-care. Practically cultivate this. Notice compassion's pull through body cues, chest heaviness, signaling over absorption, and set boundaries verbally. I hear you and am here, but can't solve this. Practice metta, wish well-being without conditions. In conflicts, respond with empathy bounded by truth. I understand your hurt, and here's my limit. For endings, compassionate boundaries mean grieving without clinging. Honor the love, release the person. Challenges: boundaries feel unloving at first. Compassion boundless as ideal. Start with small assertions, noting improved energy. Stories prove: Janet's release strengthened her daughter, Rebecca's limits enhanced care. This balance turns compassion sustainable giving from abundance, not scarcity. Compassion with boundaries isn't restriction, but expansion. Love without exhaustion, empathy without erasure. It embodies non-attachment, caring while trusting paths. As the video concludes, this middle way dances with love's complexities, yielding wholeness, embracing change and inner peace, impermanence and spacious awareness, the illusion of control and dependent origination. The profound Buddhist teaching of dependent origination shatters the pervasive illusion of control, revealing that all phenomena arise from an intricate web of interdependent causes and conditions, rather than isolated events we can fully dominate. As the transcript elucidates, this principle, known as pratityasamutpada, demonstrates that nothing exists independently. Our thoughts, relationships, successes, and failures emerge from countless factors like personal history, environment, biochemistry, and global influences, making the belief in absolute mastery both exhausting and futile. This doesn't render us powerless. Instead, it liberates us from the self-imposed suffering of trying to orchestrate every outcome, redirecting energy towards skillful responses within our actual sphere of influence. The illusion of control, fueled by cultural myths of the self-made individual, leads to anxiety, self-blame, and relational strain when reality defies our plans. Through stories from the video, such as Elena's career in architecture, Michael's tensions with his adult son, Janet's efforts with her depressed daughter, and David's burnout in social work, we see how embracing dependent origination fosters compassion without rescue, allowing us to participate wisely in life's flow, rather than fighting against its interconnected nature. This section explores the illusion's origins, dependent origination's implications, and practical ways to release control, uncovering a deeper peace where trust in the larger intelligence, replaces the drain of micromanagement. At its core, dependent origination teaches that every experience is conditioned by multiple, ever-shifting elements, dismantling the ego's fantasy of being the sole director of our destiny. The transcript describes this as a vast network of conditions we didn't create and can't wholly manage. A mood influenced by sleep, nutrition, weather, and past conversations. A relationship shaped by both partners' upbringings, stresses, and external pressures. A career outcome dependent on economic trends, mentors, timing, and luck. The Buddha, observing his mind, realized suffering intensifies when we crave independence from this web, demanding predictability in an inherently fluid world. Our culture exacerbates the illusion, celebrating control freaks as responsible, yet this vigilance, anticipating every problem, managing emotions, hijacks the nervous system, leading to chronic tension and fragmented focus. Releasing it doesn't mean fatalism, it clarifies our role. Make choices mindfully, but hold outcomes lightly as they ripple from conditions beyond us. Elena's journey as an architect vividly illustrates the illusion's grip and release. She credited her success entirely to personal grit, ignoring interdependent factors, supportive family for education, societal shifts enabling women in the field, timely mentors, and a thriving economy. This self-made narrative burdened her with believing she must sustain it alone, through sheer will. When recession struck, she resisted blaming herself, frantically controlling variables like client outreach, amplifying suffering from the illusion that hard work alone dictates results. Exhaustion followed, mental spirals, strained health, eroded creativity. Recognizing dependent origination transformed her. The downturn arose from market forces, politics, global events, not solely her efforts. This freed her from futile self-blame, focusing on influenceable aspects, adapting designs, seeking new collaborations. Her firm not only survived, but innovated, finding niches in the changing landscape. Elena's shift shows how the illusion breeds despair. Its dissolution, through seeing interdependence, channels energy into resilient action, where true power comes from knowing when to act and when to yield. In relationships, the control myth poisons connections, as we attempt to manage others' behaviors or emotions, overlooking their own conditioned realities. Michael's pressure on his son's career choices stemmed from this. Believing fatherly guidance could fix potential mistakes, he resisted the son's path shaped by personality, generational values, and unique experiences. This controlled criticism, unsolicited advice strained their bond, with the son withdrawing. Michael's awakening. His son's decisions arose from a web including dreams, fears, opportunities beyond paternal influence. Releasing the illusion didn't end care. It evolved into non-attached support, listening without judgment, trusting the son's intelligence. Closeness returned. The son shared openly, feeling empowered. The transcript notes this as common. Exhausting ourselves trying to control how other people think, feel, or behave, ignoring biochemistry, wounds, conditioning. Dependent origination liberates. Love within limits, yielding the uncontrollable. Parental dynamics often highlight this, as in Janet's with her depressed daughter. Janet's rescues, therapies, moves, packages arose from the illusion she could orchestrate healing. disregarding genetic, traumatic, neurochemical conditions. This attached control pressured her daughter, who felt like a failure, hindering recovery. Embracing interdependence, Janet released sole responsibility, focusing on presence, listening without fixing, encouraging self-led steps. Boundaries formed compassion without overreach, empowering her daughter to build resilience. Healing progressed, their relationship deepened. The video calls this compassion without rescue. Care deeply, but trust others' webs foster growth. Attempts to dominate rob this. Professional realms expose the illusion's burnout, as in David's social work. He internalized clients' outcomes, poverty, illness, policies as personal failures, lying awake planning fixes. This control fantasy depleted him, as cases depended on systemic, familial, legal conditions. Dependent origination clarified. His advocacy, one factor, releasing total blame, focused him on presence, preventing exhaustion. Effectiveness rose. Clients benefited from his steady empathy, not anxious urgency. Daily anxieties stem from this illusion, fretting global events like politics, carrying weights we can't lift. The transcript warns this drains without impact. Dependent origination redirects to actionable realms community involvement while releasing uncontrollables. Practically, dismantle it. Trace a controlled event's conditions, seeing interdependence. In decisions, ask, what's my thread? Act there, trust the web. This fosters peace, quality effort without outcome obsession, like gardeners tending plots, accepting weather's role. Challenges. Releasing feels irresponsible, as culture equates control with care. Start small. One worry, map causes, soften grip. Stories affirm. Elena adapted. Michael reconnected. Janet empowered. This trust reveals security and participation, not domination. Dependent origination interconnects us, dissolving separation. Actions ripple, but not alone. This prepares for impermanence, where accepting change uncovers meaning in flux, accepting impermanence for deeper meaning. The profound truth of impermanence, that everything in existence is in constant flux, arising, changing, and dissolving, serves not as a cause for despair, but as a gateway to deeper meaning, appreciation, and vitality in life. As the transcript elucidates, accepting this reality doesn't diminish our experiences, but enhances them, infusing each moment with poignancy precisely because it won't last forever. Far from a pessimistic view, impermanence reminds us that pain and joy alike are transient, encouraging us to release the futile resistance to change that prolongs suffering. By embracing the flow of transformation, we discover that security lies not in freezing the good or averting the difficult, but in developing confidence to navigate whatever arises. Through stories like Margaret's with her dementing mother, James's dark year of losses, Rachel's worries about her son's future, and Anna's unresolved grief over her father's death, the video illustrates how accepting impermanence turns endings into new beginnings, uncertainty into opportunity, and unfinished business into ongoing connection. This section explores impermanence's role in enriching life, the challenges of resisting it, and practical ways to cultivate acceptance, where the ephemeral nature of existence becomes the very source of its beauty and depth. At the heart of accepting impermanence is the recognition that clinging to permanence in a changing world is the root of much human anguish, as the Buddha taught upon witnessing aging, illness, and death. The transcript emphasizes that bodies age, relationships evolve, thoughts shift, and circumstances transform. Nothing remains static, yet we often live as if we can halt this flow through willpower or denial. This resistance manifests in saving things for special occasions that may never come, postponing conversations until too late, or fearing change even when desiring it. Impermanence isn't an enemy, but the force that makes life dynamic. The preciousness of a sunset stems from its brevity. The depth of love from knowing time with loved ones is limited. Accepting this doesn't lead to nihilism. It awakens us to the sacredness of the present, where each interaction carries infinite value because it will never recur exactly. The lesser-known Zen story of Master Tokusan watching falling leaves captures this. When a monk asks how to find peace amid inevitable loss, the master crumbles a leaf, questioning where its beauty has gone, suggesting death is transformation, not disappearance. The tree doesn't mourn, it trusts spring's renewal. This shifts perspective. Endings as beginnings we haven't yet recognized, inviting curiosity over fear. Margaret's experience with her mother's dementia exemplifies how resisting impermanence prolongs grief, while acceptance uncovers unexpected meaning. Initially, Margaret fought the changes, researching treatments, desperately trying to reclaim the sharp woman she knew, clinging to a past version amid the reality of decline. This denial amplified suffering, frustration at non-recognition, heartbreak from failed conversations, viewing the transformation as pure loss. Impermanence here was the first arrow. Natural cognitive shifts with age, but resistance added the second, demanding the mother remain unchanged, personalizing the disease as a betrayal. Acceptance shifted everything. Margaret stopped mourning who her mother used to be and discovered who she was becoming: sweeter without intellectual armor, joyful in simple pleasures like chocolate or a held hand. Holding lightly, she found connection in the present, each visit a chance to love the current reality, not the remembered one. This didn't erase sadness but infused it with meaning, love, adapting to impermanence, proving bonds endure beyond fixed forms. Margaret's story shows acceptance turns loss into presence, where deeper essence emerges when we release attachment to appearances. Mind as sky, cultivating spacious awareness. The metaphor of the mind as a vast open sky with thoughts and emotions as passing clouds offers one of Buddhism's most liberating insights, inviting us to identify with the unchanging awareness that holds all experiences rather than being defined by their transient content. As the transcript describes, this spacious awareness, our innate Buddha nature, is like the sky, eternally clear, peaceful, and expansive, remaining untouched whether hosting gentle wisps or stormy tempests. Cultivating this perspective shifts our relationship to inner turmoil. We no longer see ourselves as the storm, but as the space in which it moves, allowing difficult feelings to arise and dissolve without overwhelming us. This isn't about suppressing thoughts or achieving a blank mind, but recognizing that we are the witnessing presence behind them, a realization that dissolves unnecessary suffering by revealing our essential wholeness. Through stories like Thomas's thought attacks, Patricia's inner critic, Catherine's emotional absorption with students, Maria's hospice work, and David's test anxiety, the video demonstrates how practicing spacious awareness transforms mental chaos into workable energy, fostering peace, compassion, and wisdom. This section explores the sky-mind metaphor, steps for cultivation, and its application to daily struggles, where identifying with awareness uncovers freedom from identification with fleeting phenomena. The sky-mind analogy, drawn from Tibetan Buddhism, profoundly illustrates that emotions and thoughts are temporary weather patterns, not stains on our core being. The transcript explains, clouds appear and vanish, but the sky endures vast, clear, unaffected. Similarly, awareness remains whole amid joy or sorrow, worry or calm. Most live identified with content, the chattering voice, turbulent feelings swept like leaves in wind, never realizing they could be the sky itself. This misidentification fuels suffering. Sadness makes us sad people, anxiety, anxious ones. Cultivating spacious awareness means stepping back into the observer, not the thoughts, but the knowing that notices them. This shift, verifiable in experience, brings relief. No need to fix every mental event for okayness. Peace exists in the space holding them. The Buddha's meditation revealed this. Watching mind patiently, he saw suffering from attachment to transience, freedom in disidentifying, resting in pure consciousness. Thomas's thought attacks racing work, relationship, future worries, exemplify entrapment in content. Techniques like affirmations or restructuring failed, as they battled symptoms without addressing root identification. A teacher's introduction to Sky Mind changed everything. Instead of stopping thoughts, Thomas identified with awareness, observing them. Like moving from rain to watching from shelter, he rested in spacious silence behind noise. Thoughts persisted but lost power, no longer him, just passing clouds. This didn't eliminate racing immediately, but transformed relation, from caught in storm to witnessing it. Thomas described discovering a vast mansion beyond one room, where awareness offered ground more stable than any thought. Practically, when attacks came, he practiced notice frenzy, sense the open knowing behind shifting identity from content to context. Patricia's torment from an inner critic whispering inadequacy in her career shows how identifying with thoughts solidifies suffering. Believing the voice's judgments as truth, she argued endlessly, replacing negatives with positives, but it persisted. The sky metaphor liberated, critic as cloud in awareness's expanse, not defining her. Instead of engaging content, she noted the silence in which it arose, watching arise, pass without belief. This non-attachment weakened its authority. Thoughts came, but she was the sky, not storm. Decisions flowed from deeper intelligence, not doubt. Her work improved energy for collaboration, not self-defense. The transcript notes this as mental freedom. Have thoughts without believing, feel emotions without control. Catherine, the teacher, overwhelmed by students' outbursts, absorbed energy like a sponge, carrying it home, exemplifying content immersion. Emotional intensity burned her out, dreading work. Inner weather watching shifted. Observe student storms without becoming stormy, like sky hosting clouds. When Marcus raged, she noted his emotional weather curiously, not personally. This didn't lessen compassion. It enhanced offering calm they needed, not added reactivity. Catherine became a lighthouse, visible, reliable, unshaken. Language helped. Anger is here versus I am angry training disidentification. Maria's hospice nursing pushed empathy's limits, overwhelming her with family's grief, absorbing pain as her own depleted her. Spacious awareness allowed holding emotions without flooding, feel grief as cloud, rest in sky like mind. This enabled genuine presence. Patients shared fears openly, sensing her steadiness. Maria's groundedness reminded them of space beyond pain. David's test anxiety felt claustrophobic, trapped in failure, fears. Spacious awareness expanded. Anxiety as weather in consciousness, not totality. He felt it while rooted in peace, accessing confidence beyond outcomes. This paradox, anxious yet connected to deeper calm, worried yet wise. Cultivating spacious awareness starts simply. Notice thoughts with curiosity, what's arising. Sense the space witnessing. The transcript suggests you're not thoughts, emotions, but awareness holding them. Practice, sit, observe mind, without judgment, like watching sky. When caught in content, return to witness. This isn't effortful, it's remembering innate state. Daily application. In stress, pause, sense spaciousness behind turmoil. For critic, observe without belief. Emotions become manageable, feel fully without destruction. Challenges. Habits pull back to content. Gentleness, key notice wandering, return kindly. Video assures gradual. Tastes of freedom motivate. Spacious awareness reveals intelligence beyond thinking, direct knowing, creative response. It simplifies, less managing mental life, more living. This prepares for sacred simplicity, where contentment emerges from uncovering enoughness. Sacred, simplicity, and contentment. The journey toward inner peace culminates in the profound realization of sacred simplicity and contentment, where we discover that true fulfillment arises not from accumulating more, but from uncovering the innate sufficiency already present in our lives. As the transcript beautifully conveys, contentment is natural wealth, while the endless pursuit of luxury or achievement often creates artificial poverty, trapping us in a cycle of craving that can never be satisfied. This isn't about deprivation or asceticism, but a discerning shift, recognizing that the emptiness we feel isn't a void to fill externally, but an invitation to release unnecessary complications, allowing the simplicity of being to reveal its inherent richness. Rooted in the Buddha's teachings, sacred simplicity emerges naturally from spacious awareness, where we stop seeking happiness in the next thing, purchase, success, or experience, and rest in the enoughness of the present moment. Through stories like Lisa's post-success emptiness, Robert's book-hoarding realization, Elena's shift from financial scarcity to abundance awareness, and the broader call to voluntary simplicity, the video illustrates how letting go of compulsive wanting uncovers a contentment that doesn't depend on conditions, transforming life from a restless search into a serene appreciation of what is. This section explores the essence of sacred simplicity, the pitfalls of craving, practical steps to cultivate contentment, and its application to modern struggles, where subtraction reveals the wholeness we've always possessed. At the core of sacred simplicity is the Buddha's insight that craving one of the root causes of suffering drives us to seek completion through addition, when true peace comes from subtraction, releasing what was never essential. The transcript quotes the Buddha, "Contentment is the greatest wealth," contrasting it with the artificial lack created by luxury's demands. In our consumer-driven world, we're conditioned to believe more equals better, more possessions, achievements, experiences to fill an inner void. Yet, this emptiness often points not to deficiency, but to misplaced seeking. Happiness isn't in the next acquisition, but in recognizing the present's sufficiency. Sacred simplicity discerns what nourishes versus distracts. Voluntary reduction of clutter, physical, mental, emotional, without forced austerity. It's the art of enoughness, where contentment emerges from spacious awareness. Spending time in open consciousness reveals we lack nothing fundamental. This aligns with non-resistance. Stop fighting for more, and peace reveals itself, like clearing debris from a stream to let water flow freely. Lisa's story as a tech entrepreneur captures the illusion of accumulation. By 40, she had the corner office, luxurious home, and car dreams fulfilled, yet lay awake scrolling shopping carts, feeling inexplicable emptiness. Her life was cluttered with symbols of success, but the craving persisted, as the transcript notes. Compulsive wanting isn't about objects, but filling inner lack externally. A delayed flight forced simplicity. 8 hours in a bare airport, no distractions, initially unbearable but revealing enoughness. She was complete without additions. This glimpse shifted her. Voluntary simplicity meant decluttering schedules and possessions, prioritizing presence over productivity. Contentment followed not from having less, but seeing abundance in what remained, meaningful connections, quiet moments. Lisa's transformation shows sacred simplicity as awakening to wholeness, where the Buddha's words ring true. Health, faithfulness, and contentment outweigh material gains. Robert's book collection highlights mental clutter's toll. 30 years amassing volumes promising wisdom, yet unread, they symbolized future knowledge rather than present integration. Attached to the idea of completeness through accumulation, he suffered the weight, physical shelves, mental guilt. Spending a month with existing books revealed many answered questions only life could resolve. Donating most, keeping referenced ones, opened space. Physical lightness mirrored mental spaciousness, free from scanning for the missing piece. The transcripts quote, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace applies." Simplicity in learning meant deeper reflection, actual wisdom over hoarding. Robert's shift, contentment from integrating, not collecting, proving craving's futility. Poor is the one who wants more, not who has less. Elena's financial anxiety as a single mother demonstrates simplicity's power in scarcity perceptions. Constantly stressed about providing enough, she lay awake calculating, comparing to others, feeling failure. This craving for more stemmed from fear, not reality, amplifying lack. Practicing enough inventory, noting moments of sufficiency, food, warmth, time together shifted her lens from deficit to abundance. The transcript echoes the Buddha. It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more who is poor. Elena's simplicity wasn't budgeting austerity but mindset, voluntary focus on present riches, reduced panic, enabling clearer decisions. Her daughter sensed this, feeling secure in gratitude, not goods. Contentment emerged, enoughness in being, not having. Sacred simplicity addresses cravings distinction, natural desires, hunger leading to satisfaction, versus compulsive wanting, endless, unsatisfiable. The video warns the latter fills no void but perpetuates it, as in Lisa's shopping or Robert's collecting promise of completion, delivery of more longing. Simplicity discerns, question impulses, what am I seeking, often revealing deeper needs for connection or peace met internally. Practically, cultivate through pauses. Before buying or filling time, breathe, ask intent, declutter gradually, one area weekly, noting freed spaces lightness, spend in awareness, quiet walks, device, free meals, savoring simplicity. The transcript suggests contentment, natural when stopping unhappiness, creation, resistance, craving. In awareness, see seeking's futility, rest in being. Apply to challenges. In loss, simplicity honors without clinging grieve, release. In uncertainty, content with present without demanding future guarantees. Relationships, love simply, without elaborate expectations. Challenges, simplicity feels boring amid stimulation culture. Start small, one unhurried moment daily. Stories affirm, Lisa found fulfillment in stillness, Elena abundance in gratitude. Sacred simplicity isn't renunciation, but rediscovery. Enoughness, always here, obscured by excess. The Buddha's candle metaphor, happiness shared, never decreases. This leads to ultimate peace, where seeking ends in recognition of wholeness. Resting in ultimate peace from within. As the exploration of ancient wisdom draws to a gentle close, the ultimate realization emerges. Peace isn't something to be chased, created, or earned through endless striving, but the natural state that reveals itself when we cease disturbing it with resistance, craving, and mental agitation. The transcript culminates in this profound simplicity, affirming that beneath the layers of stories, struggles, and searches, we are already home, whole, free, and at rest in our essential nature. This inner peace, as the Buddha taught, comes from within and requires no external conditions to manifest. It's the spacious awareness we've cultivated, now allowing us to sink into effortless being, like settling into warm water where effort dissolves into pure presence. Far from a distant goal, this rest is available right now, in the quiet of this moment, where we let breath find its rhythm, thoughts come and go like waves, and existence holds us in its vast tenderness. Through the video's final reflections and the overarching journey from resistance's toll to non-attachment's freedom, we see how all practices lead here, uncovering the peace that was never absent, just obscured by our own doing. This section delves into the essence of ultimate peace, the process of resting in it, and its integration into daily life, where seeking ends not in achievement, but in recognition of the wholeness that's always been. The foundation of resting in ultimate peace lies in the understanding that it's not a state to manufacture, but one to uncover, as the transcript states. Peace isn't something you need to create or achieve. It's what you are when you stop doing anything to disturb it. This echoes the Buddha's enlightenment. After years of searching, he realized suffering's end comes from ceasing the mental wars we wage against reality. In our modern rush, scrolling for distractions, planning for security, comparing for validation, we perpetually disrupt this innate calm, layering unnecessary turmoil atop life's natural flow. Ultimate peace emerges when we drop these habits. No more fighting emotions, clinging to outcomes, or identifying with transient thoughts. It's the sky-like awareness, now fully inhabited, open, clear, undisturbed by weather. The video invites this directly. Right now, as you rest here, notice that there's nothing you need to do to be at peace. Let eyes close, body relax, breath flow naturally. Sense the open presence witnessing it all. This isn't escapism, but awakening to our true nature. Not the small self that worries and wants, but the boundless being that simply is. This restful state integrates all prior teachings. The Four Noble Truths show suffering's optionality. Wu Wei flows without force. Non-attachment loves without grip. Impermanence accepts change's beauty. Together, they remove obstacles, resistance, as debris in the stream, allowing peace to surface. The transcript assures, you weren't broken and needing to be fixed. You were whole and needing to remember. Stories throughout reinforce this. David's panic dissolved in allowance. Lisa's grief flowed into healing. James's losses revealed resilience. Each released doing, fighting, clinging, denying, and rested in being, where peace awaited. Cultivating this rest begins with surrender, not as defeat, but trust in the present sufficiency. The video's closing practice. Let breath self-regulate. Thoughts drift like waves. Body be held by awareness. Sense the space, not aware of something specific, but pure consciousness, peaceful, compassionate, wise. This inherent quality needs no addition. Peaceful regardless of conditions, compassionate without effort, wise beyond analysis. Resting here, the small self's dramas fade, revealing the open space of being itself. Daily integration means returning to this rest amid activity. In stress, pause, feel the sky behind clouds. The transcript notes, no need to let go more or understand deeper. Peace is now, when not grasping or pushing. This simplicity counters complexity's allure. Meditations, techniques as distractions from innate calm. Challenges arise. Minds habituated to agitation resist rest, wandering back to planning or replaying. Gentleness key. Notice drift, return kindly, without self-judgment. The video encourages, let yourself be held by the vast tender awareness. Over time, rest becomes default, less lost in stories, more present to life's richness. In relationships, resting in peace means loving from wholeness. Support without fixing, as Janet learned, present for her daughter's depression without carrying it. This non-attached compassion flows effortlessly, unburdened by control. Work transforms. Act from calm center, as Elena adapted her firm, responding to changes without frantic grip. Decisions clearer, creativity abundant, when not disturbing peace with over-effort. Emotional storms pass quicker, anxiety or sadness as clouds, not identity felt fully. dissolved naturally. David's test fears lessened, resting in awareness, accessing confidence beyond thoughts. Ultimate peace integrates impermanence, change no threat when rooted in unchanging awareness. The transcript's music and words evoke this. Beneath the stories, beneath the struggle, beneath the search, you are home, you are whole, you are free. This isn't end of pain, but of added suffering. Life's challenges met with equanimity. Practically, dedicate moments. Morning, affirm peace within. Evening, release day's disturbances. In turmoil, breathe. This is passing. Peace remains. Extend to others. Share presence, not solutions. This rest is the journey's fruition. All practices pointed here, uncovering what was veiled. The Buddha's final truth. Peace from within. Seek not without. Rest now in this recognition. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. You are already at peace. Awakening to the timeless wisdom within. As we reach the end of this journey through ancient teachings and modern applications, it becomes clear that the path to freedom from anxiety and suffering is not a distant destination, but a return to our innate wholeness, where peace has always resided beneath the layers of resistance and striving. The core messages woven throughout these pages, drawn from the profound insights of Buddhism and Taoism, reveal that what we often perceive as unbreakable cycles of mental turmoil are in fact self-created illusions, sustained by our refusal to flow with life's natural rhythms. From the Buddha's discovery under the Bodhi tree to the effortless action of Wu Wei, from non-attachment's gentle embrace to the spacious awareness of the mind as sky, each chapter has illuminated a truth. Suffering ends not by conquering the world, but by transforming our relationship to it. We began by understanding resistance as the root of our exhaustion, explored the Four Noble Truths as a practical map to liberation, learned to dance with life through harmonious flow, practiced loving without clinging via the middle way, and finally embraced change and simplicity to rest in ultimate peace. These principles, tested through stories of real transformation, David's release from panic, Lisa's healing grief, Elena's adaptive resilience, and countless others demonstrate that the wisdom of 2,500 years ago speaks directly to our contemporary struggles, offering not temporary fixes, but a fundamental awakening. Reflecting on the illusion of control and the web of dependent origination, we see how much energy we've wasted trying to micromanage outcomes shaped by infinite conditions beyond our grasp. Elena's architectural firm thrived not when she fought economic tides, but when she accepted their interdependence, channeling her efforts into creative adaptation. Similarly, Michael's strained bond with his son mended when he released the need to dictate paths influenced by generations, personalities, and unforeseen opportunities. This recognition extends to all facets of life. Our health, relationships, and emotions arise from a symphony of factors: genetic, environmental, historical making, self-blame, or over-responsibility futile. By letting go of the myth that we are sole architects of our fate, we free ourselves to act wisely within our influence, trusting the larger intelligence at play. This trust, as in the farmer's equanimous maybe so, maybe not, allows us to meet uncertainty not with fear but with openness, where what seems like loss often seeds unexpected growth. Impermanence, once a source of dread, now reveals itself as the heartbeat of deeper meaning, infusing every moment with vivid poignancy, because nothing lasts forever. Margaret's tender connection with her dementing mother blossomed when she stopped clinging to the past self and embraced the evolving present, finding sweetness in simplicity amid decline. James's dark year of losses taught him that even profound grief is fluid, shifting like clouds to reveal resilience and new beginnings. Rachel's parental anxieties eased as she accepted her son's future as an unfolding mystery, cherishing the preciousness of their current bond. Anna's unfinished grief over her father transformed from a wound into an ongoing dialogue, where open questions became threads of enduring love. These narratives underscore that impermanence doesn't rob life of value. It amplifies it, like autumn leaves blazing brightest before falling, or music's notes gaining beauty in their dissolution. By releasing the demand for permanence, we live more fully. Conversations deepen with the knowledge they might be last. Relationships enrich from shared vulnerability, and personal growth accelerates through adaptation rather than stagnation. The cultivation of spacious awareness has been our anchor, teaching us to rest as the sky rather than identify with passing storms. Thomas's thought attacks lost their tyranny when he stepped into the witnessing presence, observing mental chaos without being consumed. Patricia's inner critic faded as she recognized it as a transient cloud, not her essence. Catherine's empathy for her students became sustainable, a steady light amid emotional turbulence. Maria's hospice work gained depth, holding grief without drowning in it. David's anxiety yielded to a deeper confidence, rooted in awareness beyond fear. This sky mind practice simplifies existence. No longer enslaved to fixing every thought or emotion, we have energy for authentic living, creative pursuits, meaningful connections, compassionate actions. It's the ultimate non-attachment, experiencing fully while holding lightly, where peace isn't absence of difficulty, but capacity to remain centered within it. Sacred simplicity and contentment seal this awakening, reminding us that the pursuit of more often obscures the abundance already here. Lisa's post-success emptiness dissolved in forced stillness, revealing wholeness without additions. Robert's book hoarding gave way to integrated wisdom through voluntary release. Elena's financial fears transformed via gratitude for present sufficiency. In letting go of compulsive craving, distinguishing natural needs from endless wanting, we uncover the Buddha's greatest wealth, contentment as the end of artificial poverty. This simplicity extends to all. Rest in being, share happiness without diminishment, as thousands of candles light from one without shortening its life. In resting here, we see the interconnected tapestry. Resistance creates the suffering we've unlearned. Non-resistance reveals the peace we've always been. No more seeking, you are home, whole, free. May this wisdom guide your steps, turning every moment into an opportunity to flow, love, and be.